evening, everybody. How are we all doing today? Do y'all have a good week? I hope. I sure hope, at least. Are y'all ready to dive into Heartslabyul once more? I'm pretty excited. I got this novel so many months ago, and I have not been able to open it up yet and read it. You're ready? Well, that's good to hear. Good to hear. Oh, man. Well, I hope y'all have been doing well. Since we last spoke, anyways. Oh, a good week up until yesterday? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm glad you're feeling better, though. Hello, hello. Oh, sewing in the background. Very nice. Oh, that's fun. What kind of project are you working on, if you don't mind me asking? Hello, hiya. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, welcome in. How are all the rest of y'all doing, though? Good, bad, indifferent? Who is to say? Goodness, I feel like it's been quite a long week. It's been a long week for me, too. Better now? That's good, good, good. Exhausting? Yeah. Oh, an overall skirt. Oh, that's fun. That sounds like a good time. Fancy. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you came to pop in at the very least. The VOD will be up later for anybody who wants to go and recap. But aw, thanks. I'm glad my videos could help you through your week. I love that. I'm so happy. So happy. Yeah, it's finally the weekend. Finally. Welcome in, welcome in. Ooh, glasses fixed. That sounds like fun. Sounds like a good time. Interesting, interesting. Good. Oh, well, I'm so glad to hear that. That makes me feel better. It's all worth it if y'all love them, right? Aw, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Oh, you can stay up reading your fix? Aha, I see. Fair enough, fair enough. Hey, welcome in, welcome in. Nice to see you, nice to see you. Oh, they recognize the novel, but they don't play? Aw. Maybe you could convince them, I don't know. Ooh, yeah, you like that one? We're gonna be continuing this coming Wednesday, if you want to pop by, if you can. We may finish it then? I don't know. I don't know how long that game is, but... Well, good. I'm glad that the majority of y'all are at least doing better, if you weren't, you know, and doing good. Oh, man, I feel like... I just kind of need to get into this. Man, it's been a time. But I'm happy to announce that I figured out a way to get subtitles on the screen. So hopefully that'll help for anyone who also kind of wants to read along. It is the most scuffed way because I was trying and I could not for the life of me get to get the extension that I wanted to work. And I did not have time to research a bunch of other things, but we do have a thingy-mabobber. So hopefully it works. I'm gonna get it working. Hopefully. And we'll get into story time. If it will. Hello? Oh no, please work. Please work. Please? Pretty please? It was working before. Why are you not working now? I might have to just restart it. Hold on. Oh man, I have a different overlay for this. It just needs to work. Why are you not working? Why? 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 Ah, okay. Yeah. It keeps giving me a thing being like, you have too many applications open. You need to close some stuff, otherwise it... But why? Why? I don't have that many anythings open. Stop. Man. Well, we may not have captions because I couldn't get the extension to work and this was working before, but it seems to not like that things are happening on screen. And I can't get rid of any of the programs that are up, otherwise the stream won't run. Oh, I'm sorry. Fortnite Miku. Okay. Well, I think we're gonna have to forego them. I am in low latency, so if you want the captions, you can get them through that, I think. It's just not doing the thing, and I don't understand why it won't work. Because it literally worked earlier today when I had both Google and OBS up. So, like, I don't know. I don't know. Well, this is disappointing. Oh! Hello! Oh, look at that, guys. Oh, look at that. It says, well, this is disappointing. And now it's not recording anything else that I say. Why? It heard me and was like, yeah, I know. No, it's not. Why? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. It only worked then, and then it stopped working. It picked that up, and then it decided, you know what? Never mind. Never mind. Oh no! Well, hey, we had to get our scuff in, right? We gotta get our scuff in every once in a while, you know. All right. Well, I guess I don't know whether or not to leave it up because it's clearly not. It's clearly not giving me anything else. Like it's not continuing to go. And I feel like having, well, this is, oh, are you doing it now? Are you doing it now? Oh my gosh, it's working. Oh, thank goodness. Oh no, why did you stop again? Oh man, no. Why did you stop? It's really delayed and then it keeps stopping. Because like I said a lot of stuff after disappointing. I don't know if I'm going too fast. I can try to talk slower. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's gonna work intermittently. So do we do we want it on or do we want it off? This is what it looks like with it on. This is what it looks like with it off. I really wanted it to work, but it clearly is not working. It very clearly wants to be inconvenient. So every once in a while, if I leave it off, there is the off chance that I could go and edit the VOD, and then add them in. The closed captioning should be working. And hopefully that will continue to work. Maybe, but the open captions intermittently do not want to work, or they're just shy. I don't know. Because yeah, all right. So do you off since it's not working? we can leave it off. I'm getting the story from the book that I have purchased. It is the Twisted Wonderland novel. You can buy them at Barnes & Nobles or your local bookstore, probably. It's more like a light novel format of the actual story from the game. So it has a lot more details and stuff in it than you'd get in the game, particularly I think for Heartslabyul, because Heartslabyl's section is so short. But yeah, there's mangas and then there is novels, and it does have art. So there is art throughout the book. You get little like manga panel-y looking things. Some of them are really, really cool. Some of them, I mean, all of them are honestly pretty cool. Some of them are just the Disney bits that you get to see in the game, like the Alice in Wonderland bits. It's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. I think it's neat, at least. Wow, captions. They keep working intermittently, and then they keep, like, showing the, like, wildest text. Like, it's not actually picking up what I'm saying. And that's fantastic. Oh, man. Yeah, the manga anthologies are pretty cool, too. They're pretty fun. I have both of them now. And they're pretty fun. Yeah, the characters are a little bit different in the novel than they are in the game. So they hopefully will be getting a little more fleshed out, so to speak. But yeah. So if you want captions, unfortunately, I think you just have to do the YouTube closed captions, since my workaround is no longer working. But we are going to get into it. I'm going to start reading, and then hopefully, eventually, I'll be able to figure something out to have captions on the screen. But I'm not going to sit here and try to fiddle with that for the next 30 minutes to try to get them working now. I feel like that will waste all of our times, and I don't want to do that to y'all. You all are here for a story. You're here for the story, right? Alrighty. So let us get into it, shall we? The very first page, there's a little bit of a prologue before we get to chapter 1. And the very first page says, "Ah, my dear, esteemed benefactor, my proud, beautiful flower of evil, you are truly the fairest one of all. O magic mirror, thy wisdom I entreat, reveal unto me the visage that I seek." Smoke snaked from the mountain of debris. Thick like rain clouds, it puffed upward to blanket the sky. Fire had razed everything in the area, and anything that escaped the flames had been torn down by the windstorms. Amid the wreckage, an iron window frame drooped, reminiscent of a withered plant stalk. Fissures cracked open the ground, and treetops still stretched outward. All traces of the building's former majesty were gone. The sight was so dreadful that it would have been easier to accept the idea that this had always been a wasteland, and that the time we'd spent there had been an illusion. Ashes blew through the air. The wind swept up fragments of glass and pebbles that dug into my skin, prickling, stinging. I somehow managed to wrench my eyelids open, though they tried to stay shut to protect my eyes. The first thing I saw was the blue flame. Burning up the dust and sending sparks scattering, the fire shimmered and licked the sky. When I looked closely into the flames, I could see eyes blazing brightly, protruding nostrils panting raggedly, fangs as large as my face. Before my eyes was a beast so large I could tilt my head back until it ripped clean off and still not see the end of it. The beast's hideous face twisted into a fearsome snarl as it howled. Ah! Something moved in the corner of my eye. A person, and not just one. People in black robes dotted the scorched earth. Cowled hoods hid their eyes, and they shouted desperately, but I couldn't catch a word of it. The beast's jaw dropped and its legs shook, unsteady once more. Neither could I hear the howl, so loud and intense it shook the very earth itself. More intense than any of that was the voice whispering intently in my mind. The time left to me, to them, to you, is short. You must not let go of that hand. Part 1. Welcome to the villain's world. Chapter 1. ... Exclamation point. A hooded figure stretched a hand outward toward him. He had to take it. He knew this instinctively, without any conscious thought, but for some curious reason he couldn't move. The monster before him grinned. Myaha! What was that sound? Yuya Kuroki suddenly felt like something was off. Myaha! Myaha! I better find that uniform before someone spots me. The voice sounded amused and a little inane. Someone was laughing and humming to themselves. The happy-go-lucky feel of it was draining just to listen to, and there was a weariness enveloping his entire body, like a soak in a lukewarm bath. He wasn't the least bit on edge. I feel like the total opposite of how I did a minute ago, he thought. I mean, that whole thing earlier was, huh? Wait, what whole thing? He couldn't remember being frightened, sad, but he couldn't really remember why or what had troubled him. Like a crumbling sandcastle, the more he tried to grab hold of the memory, the hazier the details became. In the time it took to blink, he'd forgotten all of it. Well, that's how it is with dreams. Oh, I guess this is a dream too. He heard the carefree voice again, much closer this time. Okay, this is the one. This guy right here. If this is a dream, then I really wish you'd keep your voice down. I'm still pretty sleepy. And this place is so soft, warm, and comfortable. It's like I'm inside a giant hug or something. Interesting. I never would have assumed the gates were that comfortable. Just having his eyes closed gave him the ultimate sense of security. He'd never dozed like this before, and was quite certain that he would have had the best dream of his life if he could just fall comfortably asleep. As Yuya dozed and started to drift off, the world around him began to shake violently back and forth. What is that? He opened his eyes and was surprised again, as he could see nothing, only darkness. A darkness so complete that his eyes did not adjust to it, even after a minute or two. He didn't even know whether he was standing or sitting or lying down. He tried to shift, but discovered he couldn't move the way that he wanted to. If he bent his legs the tiniest bit, his knees bumped up against something. It was the same with his arms and head. He was apparently locked up somewhere, and that somewhere was a very small space. The gentle embrace changed into firm restraint. Fear rose up inside him, and his palms grew damp with sweat. Arrgh! He heard the voice again. This lid weighs a ton. Maybe I could smash it with something. Bang! Bang! The shaking grew more violent, and his forehead slammed into something. Then, the back of his head smashed into something too, over and over. The repeated collisions were making him dizzy. What on earth was happening? No good, huh? Well, I ain't giving up so easy as that. Yuya held his breath. What terrible fate awaited him next? Try this one for size. Myaha! He thrust his hand forward at the same time as the voice laughed. He had to get out of there right that second. Ow! He cried out when something hard whacked him. It was the ground. It was the ground. He felt queasy, like his brain was rolling around inside his skull. He pressed his hands to the cold stone beneath him and staggered to his feet. Where am I? He wondered, and his voice echoed oddly. He had apparently fallen into a larger space. He confirmed that he could move his arms and legs again, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. His surroundings were so dimly lit that his eyes adjusted easily to the gloom. even though he had just come from a pitch black place. Maybe it was already nighttime. Yuya looked up and saw stars above him, just as he'd expected, but they were swinging wildly, strange somehow. When he looked harder, he realized they were not stars and the moon, but rather the components of a chandelier. Decorative drops shimmered like opals, illuminated by small candles. The light was rather subdued for how big the chandelier was. The candles looked like they'd go out at the slightest breeze, and he felt anxious just looking at them. He used the light they shed to examine his surroundings. He was standing in what appeared to be a narrow hallway, and through the gloom meant that he couldn't tell what was ahead of him. There were black boxes on either side of him, hundreds of them. "Are these coffins?" he murmured. The boxes were hexagonal with long sides tugged out a bit. They looked exactly like coffins. Silver keyholes adorned the polished black lids. He could tell just by looking at them that the boxes were heavy, and they were just big enough for a single person to fit inside, in line with their supposed purpose. They were lined up in rows, crammed in on either side of the hall. Is this a graveyard? But then, Yuya frowned, perplexed. All the coffins were bobbing up and down, as if they were having a truly great time. They're just dancing. Little dancing coffins. Fantastic. Love that. From a certain angle, it almost looked like they were dancing. Yeah, look at that. Fantastic. He had no idea what the mechanism was, but if there was something inside them, then the dancing was in pretty poor taste. While he eyed the bobbing coffins dubiously, he noticed that the one next to him was different from all the others. It had no lid, and it was empty inside. The black fabric lining looked soft and sleek, but he absolutely could not bring himself to touch it. As he looked around, he spotted the lid on the ground at his feet. Had he maybe just come out of this coffin? It's a pretty solid guess, I would say. He couldn't be certain, but the coffin's padded interior had a human-shaped indent in it, as if someone had recently stepped out of it. From where he was standing and the general situation, it seemed only natural to assume that someone was him. So why on earth had he been inside a coffin? He shuddered. What was this place? He wanted to believe that it wasn't a graveyard, but he'd never seen it before and didn't know the first thing about it. Before this, he'd been at school. Yuya massaged his temples to ease the ache in his head and thought back through hazy memories. He'd left the classroom right after classics in 6th period. He had slipped past classmates heading off to practice and various extracurricular activities, and kept going out the school gates to head right on home as usual, and then, "Hey, you!" someone called out. It was the same voice he'd heard in the darkness. He hurriedly scanned the area, but there was no one around. "Do your eyes not work or what?" the voice snarled from below. "I'm right here." Yuya lowered his gaze. "A stuffed animal?" he wondered. A gray plush toy was sitting before him. It was of a decent size, and if it were stood up on its back legs, it might have reached up past his knees. The perfect size for a child to hug with their whole body. Wow. Fantastic. Grim plushy Wen. It had a striking striped ribbon tied around its neck, so maybe it did belong to someone. The insides of its ears and eyes were blue and seemed to shine with a hazy light, while the patch of snowy fur on its chest was soft and fluffy. What kind of animal was it supposed to be? He'd never seen a creature like this. Its face was too round to be a dog, and it was too short and stout to be a cat. Fumbling through the process of elimination, he figured it was probably a weasel, he guessed. How dare you? The stuffed animal yelled as it turned its eyes up at him. I am no weasel. I'm Grim, sorcerer extraordinaire. It looked like it was going to come flying at him any second. Whoa! It talked? Yuya exclaimed as he jumped back. Maybe it's battery-powered. If it were a mechanical toy, there would be a compartment somewhere on its backside, so Yuya reached out to pick the stuffed animal up to investigate, but it nimbly dodged him as the forked tip of its tail beat at the back of his hand. It was clearly moving with a will of its own. So it's not a stuffed animal? Yuya asked. He frowned, perplexed. Is it alive? But how can a weasel be talking? Listen, you! I'm not a weasel. I am the mighty Grim, the stuffed creature snapped, and then clicked his tongue. Tch! And here I was gonna peel that thing off of you while you were sleeping. Way to ruin my plan, human. He held out his paw like a person's palm. Palm up, pink toe beans wriggling back and forth. Well, whatever. Just give me your uniform and be quick about it. Uniform? Cocking his head curiously to one side, Yuya looked down at himself and cried out in surprise. What is this? The last he knew, he'd been wearing his school uniform. White shirt, school crest embroidered on his chest pocket, black trousers, an extremely simple, utterly average school outfit. And yet, he was now wrapped in a black robe, even though he had absolutely no recollection of getting changed. The sleeves were embroidered with a complex pattern in gold thread, and the silky fabric hung from his belt, completely covering him down to his knees. Reflexively, he lifted the hem and stared. The fabric was as soft as it looked. It practically melted in his hands. He'd been so focused on figuring out where he was that he hadn't even noticed that the clothes he wore were not his own. Even his shoes were different. Why am I... he groaned. When... Oh, come on! I don't have time for this, Grim snarled. Hand it over already. Whoa! Yuya just barely managed to dodge as Grim lunged at him. Huh. The stuffed animal picked himself up off the ground. You're gonna regret this. Monster! Yuya yelped, inching backwards. Are you trying to bite me? He spotted a door by the stairs and bolted towards it. Chapter 2. A dark hallway, a long staircase, unsettling green light. The paintings on the walls spoke to him. Go right if you want to get out of here. No, go left. Where was he? Why were the paintings talking? Yuya was almost in tears as he stumbled through the unfamiliar building, but no matter how far he ran or where he hid, Grim was able to sniff him out. Man, this sounds like a nightmare. This really does sound like a fever dream nightmare. If you woke up in some strange place in strange clothes, and you had a creature talking at you, and then as you're running away from that creature, the paintings on the walls are also talking to you. It would be wild. It would be absolutely wild. Oh man, yeah, poor Yuya. Oh man. There were any numbers of doors lining the corridor, and Yuya desperately yanked at each of them, but not one would open for him. There appeared to be no one else in the entire building save for him and the creature Grim. The hallway steadily grew narrower and more complicated until, at last, he found himself trapped in a dead end. Through the dusty glass of a small window there, he could see the moon looming so large it seemed fake. But at least this appeared to be the actual sky and not another chandelier. When he looked down, he saw another moon shimmering there, and he realized it was the reflection of the moon off water, which meant there was a river or ocean or something below him. But it was unclear how deep or how far away it was. And Yuya did not have the courage to break the window and jump out of it. Heh. Grim laughed maliciously. That's it. Nice and quiet now. Stay away from me, Yuya yelled, shuddering in fear. The neat row of teeth in Grim's open mouth looked razor sharp, like they could easily take a chunk out of him. Grim inched closer, his tail flicking back and forth. Now, unless you want to get burned to a crisp, take off that. Ah, I've found you at last, a voice from behind Grim interrupted. Splendid, but really, you mustn't go wandering off on your own like that. A man in a curious outfit stood before him in the hallway. The top hat perched on his head and the long coat that hung from his shoulders exaggerated his height and drew the eye. He carried an imposing cane shaped like a key. More conspicuous, however, was the black mask he wore over his pale face, covering his forehead and reaching down below his glittering golden eyes. The mask's nose was sharply pointed, like a bird's beak. Imagine my surprise when I entered the mirror chamber and discovered one of the gates was open, the man mused languidly. I looked inside and found nothing but an empty shell. To think that you would open your own gate and step out before I could unlock it. Truly unprecedented. However did you manage it? Please help me, Yuya cried in response. I'm being attacked by a monster. You think you can stop me or something? Grim growled as he turned towards the man. You've got some nerve. I could take both of you easy. Snap. Just snap. An inky shadow shot through the air. What? Grim yelled as a length of black fabric twisted itself around him and bound his arms to his side in the blink of an eye. The fabric stretched and shrank eerily, as if it were alive. Meow! What's with the sash? It's not a sash. Consider it tough love. The masked man turned the tip of the cane in his hand towards the stuffed animal monster. You were about to use magic there, weren't you? Well, I simply cannot have you running around willy-nilly in this confined space. Whoa, okay, you asked for it. And there you go, trying to cast your magic again, the man said coolly, as Grim flopped around like a fish out of water at his feet. Black fabric covering his mouth now, too. R.I.P. Grim. You were a good one. Oh my. I really must insist you do not. Each time the man waved his key-shaped cane, his tough love sash, so that's what we're calling it, was tightened around Grim. The weasel wizard looked like a frog being eaten by a large snake. Man, this is quite fun. Very different. Very different. As Yuya stared in a daze, the man turned to him. Dear me, yours is quite the poorly trained familiar. School rules do not permit untamed monster companions. Familiar? You parroted. The man shook his head, exasperated. Not only do you go and open your own gate, but you also leave the mirror chamber, immediately summon a familiar, and go exploring the school. Honestly, you are much more daring than your appearance would suggest. I don't understand, Yuya stammered. Where am I? The top floor of the eastern wing, the man replied immediately. The very farthest out from the school, currently used for storage. Yuya couldn't get a handle on any of this. School? The man nodded as if it was natural and obvious and tucked Grim under his arm. He seemed entirely unbothered by Grim's desperate struggling. Your orientation has already begun. Come now, let us hurry back to the mirror chamber. My orientation? Yuya stared at him blankly. Yes, the man nodded again. The Academy's traditional orientation. I'm certain you've been looking forward to it. When Yuya said nothing, the man frowned and gave him a curious look. After a moment's silence, he said, Do you actually not know what is happening? I do not. That is exactly the thing. Yuya was immensely relieved to have someone finally understand what he was going through. From the moment he opened his eyes, he'd been surrounded by unsettling weirdness, as if he were trapped in some kind of nightmare. The floodgates opened, and all the questions that had been building up poured out. Where am I? What was that coffin? What is this creature? How did I get here? The man smiled placidly despite the abrupt interrogation. The time-space teleportation must have addled your memories. Well, these things happen, I suppose. No need to worry. I shall explain it to you while we walk. Truly, my magnanimity is unboundless. The man extended a graceful arm to the bewildered Yuya, like a bird spreading its wings, although Grim continued to struggle and flail under his other arm. Whoosh! Flames sparked to life on the candles affixed to the walls. A string of light raced down each side of the hallway, like an invisible runner with a match that was setting flame to the candles. At once, the darkness receded to the corners. This is Night Raven College, the man announced with a dramatic flourish. The most prestigious arcane academy in all of Twisted Wonderland, for students the world over who demonstrate a rare aptitude for magic. I am Dyer Crowley. Having been entrusted with its care by the chairperson, I serve as head mage. Oh, I get it. This isn't like a nightmare. I'm actually still dreaming, Yuya thought absently as he looked at the smiling man before him. This was a dream. It was absolutely, without a doubt, a dream. After all, Dyer Crowley's words were too impossible, too unreal. You stand amongst their ranks, Crowley continued, as a fledgling sorcerer and a new student at our college. Yuya was walking home from school alone. We have a little page break. So this is a flashback, I'm assuming. Yuya was walking home from school alone when he was forced to stop by a light that was almost never red. It had been almost 6 months since he had started high school, but this was the first time he'd ever been stopped at this particular crosswalk, despite coming this way twice a day, every day. It was a narrow road that bicycles rarely traveled, much less cars. He remembered thinking it was weird. The light finally turned green, and he'd just taken a step forward when he heard a strange sound. What's that? He frowned and looked around. Feels like it's getting louder. Brrr. It sounded like someone blowing air through closed lips. He had no memory of anything after that. That was the carriage coming to pick you up, Crowley said as we come back from our little flashback. Casually saying that after you hearing Yuya's story. All of the students at Night Raven College go through gates and are brought here in horse-drawn carriages. To this day, we continue our college's time-honored tradition of sending a carriage to meet students. He looked back at Yuya. How do you like that? Pretty impressive, yes? You'd expect nothing less from such a prestigious school, Yuya had a million questions, but given that this was a dream, there was no point in getting too worked up about the details. So he merely asked, "What is a gate?" "The gate that you came out of," was the answer he got. "That coffin was the gate?" he cried. "Yes," Crowley nodded firmly. "You come to the school and are reborn as a magnificent mage. Quite the fitting concept for youths brimming with such hope, yes?" Grim glared at Yuya with resentful eyes from where he was pinned beneath Crowley's arm. Yuya pretended not to notice this as he trailed after Crowley, choosing to go with the flow. He'd apparently come quite a ways in his attempt at escape. They went down any number of staircases before finally arriving at a door he recognized. "Now then," Crowley turned to look at him, "we have returned to the mirror chamber. Finding you was quite the trial indeed, so I imagine the orientations already reached dorm assignments right about now." He broke off abruptly. Yuya looked up to see that Crowley's pale lips were pulled into a grin. "Ah, this should be fun, he cried. "Sorry?" Yuya stared at him, brow furrowed. "I'm simply dying to know which dorm will be chosen for you." The man in the mask clasped his hands together with glee. "You are truly a breath of fresh air, opening your gate all by yourself and breaking the student mold. One does naturally harbor certain expectations." Expectations?" Yuya gaped. "Hang on a second, Students," Crowley said, voice projecting outward as the door swung open forcefully, even though he had not so much as laid a finger on it. I've brought your new star, the talk of our little town. Our freshest cohort is together at last. Crowley needs to take a little bit of a chill pill. Could you imagine being singled out this way on your first day of school at NRC in particular? I feel like, given the clientele, it would be a little scary. People. So many people. They were back in the room where Yuya had first woken up, but instead of the rows of coffins, there were now rows of individuals. Hundreds of them. And all their eyes turned towards Yuya as he stepped into the room. A heartbeat before he could turn and run, the door closed with a clack. Ah, Yuya gasped. The pillars shone with a warm light, making the room much brighter than it had been when he'd first seen it. Everyone gathered within it was wearing the same shadowy robe, as Yuya wrapped in the same inky black from the tops to their heads to the tips of their toes. But despite being dressed uniformly, one group in particular drew his eye. They were sitting in an open area towards the back of the corridor, facing the countless others. "Oh, Headmage, you're finally here," called a boy with white hair adorned with a decorative headband. "We're done with the dorm assignments. We were just talking about what we should do now. You were so late, I thought you maybe had a tummy ache," he laughed cheerfully. Yuya felt a flicker of relief at the boy's bright demeanor. "This the new kid who opened the gate all by himself? Ha! A tall, muscular boy snorted. "I mean, I have my doubts." Ears poking out from a long, shiny dark hair twitched. They were animal ears. Unconsciously, Yu stared, and received a glare in return that turned his blood to ice, so he hurriedly looked away. The sharp light in the other boy's eyes was reminiscent of a large carnivore. "I've never heard of anything like that. How did you do it? Brute force, or maybe magic?" asked a person with golden hair that was pulled back as he turned challenging eyes on Yuya. This individual was captivating and gorgeous, and Yuya wouldn't have been surprised about any gender they turned out to be. Their beauty was so astonishing that Yuya would have accepted without question that they were not even human, but rather a magical creature. "If it was magic, then you've got the power. We'd love to have you in our dorm," a boy with silver hair said to Yuya, a gentle smile across his lips as he tries to schmooze his way into more powerful compatriots, I'm sure. The smile itself was kind, but the narrowed eyes behind the glasses shone with a cool intellect. Every move he made was economical, as if he'd calculated the trajectory of his motions down to the last finger twitch. "Right from orientation, all eyes in the school are on you. Maybe you've been reading a bit too much Cautious Hero or some other light novel." A tablet floating amid the hooded students flashed. Apparently, this was the source of the voice, which spoke with a rumbly pitch that felt like crawling through the depths of the earth. What a sentence! Wow. The words came too quickly for Yuya to catch them all, but the tone gave him the impression that the tablet was not particularly interested in speaking with anyone anyway. "It's already half an hour past the scheduled end of the orientation," a boy with red hair announced flatly. "We should assign him a dorm immediately in line with the regulations." His voice was unshakably firm. He clearly was not about to allow any further waste of time. The students whispered about Yuya instantly felt silent, but their words lingered in his ears, whether he liked it or not. "Coming in late with the head mage? Is he seriously that great a mage? Huh, this guy's really going all in right from orientation. Pretty interesting. Some nerve for a mere human. Oh my, hi Sebek. Welcome. Welcome. How's it going, buddy?" It doesn't say Sebek, but I think we can all agree that some nerve for a mere human is 100% Mr. Sebek. Everyone there was keenly interested in Yuya in one way or another, and was clearly expecting great things from him. No, I'm just a guy, he cried desperately, as if to wake himself from this nightmare. All his outburst did was make people look at him again, and the pressure of those countless pairs of eyes was almost enough to crush him to dust. He tried to step away, to retreat, but Crowley gave him a hearty push. He looked over his shoulder and frantically shook his head. But Crowley forced his heavy feet forward, farther into the corridor. Now then, everybody's waiting, he said briskly. Step up to the dark mirror and be quick about it. The dark mirror? Yuya furrowed his brow and then swallowed the question on the tip of his tongue because the answer was immediately obvious. A large, round mirror was enshrined in the corridor ahead, looking magnificent with a shiny gold frame. A crown sat on its peak, and below it, twisting snakes were carved into the frame, encircling the glass. Just like the first gate Yuya had seen, the mirror was hanging in the air, suspended by nothing. Urged on by Crowley, he peered into the glass, and a boy with short black hair appeared on its surface. Eyebrows, nose, mouth, ears, they were all average. Not one thing distinguished the boy in any way. If pressed to highlight a notable feature, Yuya would have said that the boy's eyes were perhaps a bit rounder than average, but even this did not conflict with his other features. The roundness of his eyes blended in with the rest so well that it wouldn't have been forgotten the second anyone looking at his face glanced away from it. Put nicely, the face had a comfortable familiarity to it. Put not so nicely, it was mediocre, a sort of everyman's face, which, if encountered in the morning, would be forgotten by evening. It was the face Yuya saw in the mirror every day. What was the point of making him look at it now? He had just opened his mouth to ask Crowley this question when the mirror abruptly flashed, and green flames filled the glass. Reflexively, he looked over his shoulder. There was nothing there. The fire was only inside the mirror. As if to quench that fire, a haunting face appeared in the center of the mirror. Yuya couldn't tell if it was a mask, a doll, or an actual person. It was just a face. He gaped in amazement as he realized the mirror showing someone other than himself, and then that someone spoke in a deep, masculine voice. "State your name," the mirror commanded. Yuya Kuroki," Yuya stammered. "Yuya Kuroki." He felt a tickle deep down inside. It was a curious sensation, like someone was tugging on the insides of his ribs. The man in the mirror had no eyeballs, only eye sockets, gaping emptily. Yuya couldn't tell what he was focused on and had the distinct sensation that the man was looking at all of him, into the deepest depths of his mind, leaving no stone unturned. The mirror said, "The nature of your soul is... meow!" A cry interrupted the man in the mirror. Yuya looked back to see Grim break free from where he was held under Crowley's arm. "Ah, there he goes," Crowley sighed. "I was too focused on the dorm assignment. If you thought you could keep me out of the game, you got another thing coming." Grim spun around neatly in the air and dropped to the ground. Standing tall on 2 feet, he threw his head back. "Meow!" he cried, and a sea of flames spread out before him. Grim was shooting fire from his mouth. As he kept exhaling for a seemingly impossible length of time given the size of his small body, the corridor instantly became a raging inferno. The flames of the same pale color as Grim's eyes and exuding a dazzling heat. Yuya automatically covered his face with his arms. "It's so hot." It was fire. Of course it would be hot to the touch. Of course it would burn. This sent a shock through Yuya. This isn't a dream, he realized abruptly. "So, you're trying to steal my thunder and get all the glory, huh? Well, you're way out of your league, buddy." Grim crowed. Before Yuya knew it, he was alone with Grim in the middle of a small circle of flames. "You'll have to fight me for it." "Fight?" Yuya asked as he stared blankly at the animal. "Me?" "Yep," Grim nodded firmly. My plan was to switch places with you while all them dodos were sleeping, and then you went and ran off on me. But if I take you down, they'll see that I'm the one with the real power, and there'll be an opening for a new student. His large mouth arced upward, his fangs glittering. That seat's as good as mine. Yeah, I'm a genius. We don't have to fight for it, Yuya said, nearly in tears, holding out both hands as if offering Grim a silver platter with his school uniform on it. You can totally have my spot. I don't even know what's going on here. But Grim paid him absolutely no mind and drew another deep breath, filling his stomach. Yuya turned and tried to run, only to feel a burst of heat scorch his back. If you won't play, Grim snapped, then I'll get this game started. Wait, Yuya pleaded. Stop, don't, I surrender. Here you go. Don't. Yuya squeezed his eyes shut. Snap. He heard the air crack around him, and then everything went quiet. Even the roar of the flames had faded to nothing. Ever so timidly, Yuya opened his eyes to find the fire frozen around him, crystallized in its attempt to devour his surroundings, almost as if they had been forgotten by time. Tiny sparks became shards of ice and tumbled to the ground. Both of you, said a male voice. Crunch, crunch. He heard the sound of feet stepping on the ice moving towards him. You seem to think that you can do whatever you please here. The red-headed boy appeared in front of Yuya from between two chunks of ice. He was the one who'd been annoyed by their late entrance earlier. Yuya had thought he was the taller one at first glance, but now his small physique dominated the entire room. His presence was threatening, the look on his face frightening in its anger. I will tolerate no more of this nonsense, the boy declared, his voice entirely devoid of emotion. Yuya cowered in abject fear, but Grim was either stupider or braver, and he returned the boy's glare with utmost confidence. Grim growled, another someone getting in my way. A large ice pillar stood where Grim had been only moments earlier. He raced up to it, leisurely on all four paws, and laughed from up high. Listen up! I'm gonna knock all of you flying with my magic extraordinaire, he shouted. So you better... Are you ready for your sentence? The boy asked. Uh-huh. Yuya frowned and looked at the boy. Something strange was happening. Grim also seemed to have guessed that something was off. Like Yuya, he stared at the boy with one hand in the air. Sentence first, verdict afterwards. Incredible power. Yes, power. Not heat, cold, light, or wind. This was the only way Yuya could describe the overwhelming force that swirled like a vortex around the red-headed boy. Yuya simply stood there, rooted to the spot. He didn't try to run away, not because he thought he was any match for this force, but rather because he didn't know what else to do in the face of this enormous amount of energy. He felt like the nearly visible power might explode if he so much as moved a muscle. He was so frightened he could barely stand it. The red-headed boy's arm dropped down towards Grim. Off with your head, the boy shouted. An arrow of light shot out at Grim. There was a brief flash, and then the arrow transformed into a large red and black shackle. The second the open end touched Grim's neck, it snapped shut with a heavy clank. What in the... Grim shook his head, but the shackle held fast. You're supposed to be all tough, but your magic's a flop. Don't even try to collar me. I'll burn it right off. Yuya managed to cover his face with his hands this time, but all he heard was a faint wheeze. Huh? Yuya wondered as he timidly opened his eyes and saw Grim blowing on his hands, baffled. Yeah? What gives? My fire ain't working, Grim scowled. Good show as always, Riddle, said the boy with the glasses as he applauded from where he stood on the opposite side of the ice. The rest of the students were all looking at them too. They seemed like they were not so much simply watching what happened, but rather appreciating the artistry. The boy with the glasses laughed cheerfully, paying little mind to Grim. Your signature spell locks down any magic, he said to the red-headed boy. It's really quite handy, isn't it? I've just got to have, I've just got to have respect for it. Locks down magic, Grim yelped. Exactly, the red-headed boy, Riddle, said as he grabbed Grim by the scruff of his neck and lifted him up. Until I deign to remove that collar, you won't be using any magic. Yuya noticed several pillars of ice neatly arranged around Grim, blocking any escape route. They must have deliberately missed Grim with the earlier ice magic attack to guide him to this dead end and render him unable to use magic. Grim kicked and flailed against his sad shackle. It's no use, Riddle told him. You're not but a pet cat now. Meow what? Grim snarled. I ain't nobody's pet nothin'. Oh, you've nothing to worry about there. I certainly have no interest in having such a rude, violent pet. Unlike a certain someone, I am no fool. Riddle glared at Yuya, who was watching the argument with a pale face. You! What? Yuya replied, his voice a little too loud and forceful. You really make a mess of things, Riddle said, his voice far too powerful for the slender frame it came from. First, you march into orientation late with your head held high, and then you nearly set the mirror chamber on fire. Overwhelmed, Yuya flinched and shrank as the red-headed boy continued to press him. First of all, and above all else, this is a violation of the Queen of Hearts rules. You must know Rule 23. Hearts? Yuya stammered. Rules? Your ignorance is honestly stupefying, Riddle told him. Do you really not know who the Queen of Hearts Rule 23? One must never bring a cat to a formal affair. No, Yuya shook his head quickly. Incredible. Have you ever cracked a book open in your life? Dang, Riddle, not every single book has the Queen of Hearts rules. Oh my. I'm sorry. Riddle's expression alone was enough to make anyone look upon him shake in their boots. An almost murderous rage colored his face, a blue vein throbbing violently on his forehead. Yuya had serious doubts about his chances for survival if he said this was his first time hearing of any such rule. Instead, he bowed his head until he was nearly prostrate on the ground. I assume you were attempting to flaunt your magical abilities through the use of your familiar, but this is strictly prohibited, Riddle said coolly. It seems as though I will have to personally make you aware of the rules of this academy if we ever manage to finish this orientation. He whirled around resolutely, like a robot, his robe flapping behind him. I will tell you this, it matters not which dorm is selected for you. Given that you've broken the Queen of Hearts rules, I must carry out my duty as the House Warden of Heartslabyul. Riddle's footsteps echoed as he crossed the mirror chamber. As he approached the door, still holding Grim up, several other boys raced over to him. Hey, Grim yelled, what are you gonna do to me? I'm not going to do anything to you, Riddle sniffed. I'm throwing you out. That collar will be removed after a period of time. If you can't behave yourself, then it's back to your nest with you. Riddle thrust Grim out at the students gathered around them. They bent at the knee and accepted the squirming bundle of fur. All of their faces were marked with painted symbols, diamonds, clubs, spades, hearts. You lot, remove this insolent fellow from campus, Riddle demanded. Yes, House Warden, they chorused at once. Curses! Curses you! Don't think you've seen the last of me! Grim protested desperately. No magic coming out of his mouth as he was yanked up by both of his arms. You fools better remember my name, because I'm gonna go down in the annals of magic history. Just you wait. The door closed, cutting his shout short. In that last moment, his eyes were full of regret. Watching from a safe distance, Yuya thought Grim looked like a captured weasel and felt a little sorry for him. But there was nothing he could do now. Not to mention that it seemed like Yuya would do better to concern himself with his own situation. Suddenly, something was pushed up against his chin, and he choked. There was a flash of red in the corner of his eye. The decision of which dorm you belong to will reveal to us your true nature. Now then, let's have you show us this great power of yours. Riddle smiled deliberately with his mouth alone, the smile not reaching his eyes, and Yuya understood that this was a challenge. Although Riddle moved with an adult calm, Yuya guessed they were basically the same age. His still plump cheeks were flushed, and he exuded energy and confidence. His pride as a powerful fighter was written all over his body. He would not flinch in the face of any opponent, no matter how strong. Do it, Riddle Riddle snapped. Do it. Do it. Oh man, I can't think of anything else with that phrase anymore. Anyways, right, Yuya answered as he turned towards the dark mirror, and the man appeared once again. He acknowledged Yuya standing before him and spoke the same words he had before. Yuya Kuroki, the nature of your soul is... Gulp. He heard the sound of someone swallowing hard from nowhere in particular and realized the sound hadn't come from just one person. Everyone assembled before the dark mirror had gasped, waited with bated breath for the dark mirror to continue. Their interest, expectation, envy, all of it danced on Yuya's nerves and weighed him down. He clenched, shaking hands into fists. He had only one wish. Please, please, nothing happened, please. He didn't know whether his prayer was heard. The dark mirror spoke again. Unclear to me. What? Asked Riddle as his eyes grew round in surprise. Next to him, Crowley was equally surprised. Dark mirror, what did you just say? He queried. I sense no magical power in this one. Soundless, colorless, shapeless, utterly vacant, the mirror continued. The chatter in the mirror chamber gradually grew louder. Therefore, no dorm would be appropriate. No dorm? Crowley cried. The students standing around looked at each other. Yuya could hear quiet laughter among the murmuring voices. When he turned around, the group of boys who'd spoken to Crowley when he and Yuya entered the mirror chamber were snickering at each other. Well, well, the boy with silver hair pushed up his glasses and said to the boy with the golden hair next to him, This is quite the disappointment, So who was it who first said we got this amazingly powerful student this year? The boy with the golden hair demanded. The head mage, the silver-haired boy responded. Definitely him. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, OBS, why'd you disconnect, buddy? Were you all... Did it cut out for anybody, or did everybody get that? Are we all good? Y'all can hear me now? I'm gonna assume that we're fine. Anyways. Where was I? It cut out a bit? Okay, alright. So let me backtrack a little bit. Let me backtrack. Well, the boy with the silver hair pushed up his glasses and said to the boy with the golden hair next to him, This is quite the disappointment, So, who was it who first said we got this amazingly powerful student this year? The boy with the golden hair demanded. The head mage, the silver-haired boy replied. There's a recording of the whole thing in the log. Definitely him. The tablet flashed and a video played showing Crowley declaring, all of which is to say our very special new student stepped out on his own. I shall now go and seek him out. This is very exciting, everyone. The screen showed Crowley exiting the mirror chamber. When all the students in the school glared at the head mage, he hurriedly waved his hands in defensive protest. It's simply not possible for the black carriage to receive a human being who cannot use magic, he insisted. From my understanding, the student selection process has not erred once in its century of existence. Oh, is it cutting out more? Are we having all of the technical difficulties tonight? Oh, okay. Perhaps not. And And this would be the day for it, though, with how my day's been going. Anyways. It's fine for you guys now? Okay. Because it did say it disconnected for a bit, so I wasn't sure if it maybe didn't reconnect properly. But okay. Alright. Let us continue, shall we? Well, don't get too down about it, the boy with the white hair said, trying to cheer Crowley up. There's a first time for everything. I'm telling you, that is absurd. Crowley looked to Yuya for salvation. Wait, you brought along that familiar, did you not? You must have magic then. Familiar, Yuya repeated. Do you mean that creature Grim? Yes. I didn't bring him with me, he said, hurriedly shaking his head from side to side. He'd already told Crowley this 1,000,000 times. He was there when I woke up. I've never seen that creature in my life. Oh, is that so? Crowley frowned. You really should have said so sooner. Oh, should we have? Maybe you could have just, paid attention. Buddy boy. Oh, man. Yuya held his tongue, although he dearly wanted to snap that Crowley had simply gone ahead and assumed that Grim was his familiar. But the disappointment in the room came through loud and clear in everyone's eyes and sighs. He just wanted to make it out of this experience in one piece. All he could do was hang his head and apologize. Riddle snorted in laughter. The mess you've made of this orientation is truly unforgivable, but I take back what I said earlier. I have no intention of scolding you any further. You're an outsider, after all. Riddle looked deflated somehow, or maybe he was just slightly, the slightest bit sympathetic towards Yuya. Either way, he immediately turned his gaze on Crowley, so Yuya couldn't tell what he was really thinking. Head mage, may we please return to the dorms? Riddle asked. We have the new student tour. We're already 20 minutes late. Oh, yes, right. How about you go and do that? Crowley clapped his hands together as if this were the most welcome change of subject matter. I hereby declare that orientation has concluded. House wardens, please escort your students back to the dorms. The ones who moved at the word house wardens were the boys who had first spoken up when Crowley and Yuya had arrived at the mirror chamber. Some held their heads high, and the others moved lazily. Whatever their reaction to Crowley's command, the new students all followed their directions. These house wardens were clearly leaders of some kind. Although most of the students followed the house warden's instructions and automatically grouped together, some looked around anxiously, searching the room with perplexed looks. Noticing this, Crowley cocked his head to one side and asked, Where is Malleus Draconia? I don't see him anywhere. The house wardens blinked. Now that you mention it, the boy with the animal ears laughed, I knew I was feeling good for some reason. So that little lizard's not here. We forgot to invite him again. The boy with the golden hair... Oh, never mind, I thought that was going to be Colleen. We forgot to invite him again, the boy with the golden hair sighed. But rather than appearing frustrated or annoyed, he merely shrugged his shoulders. So Yuya couldn't really tell how serious he was. It seemed that the only boy with the white hair was actually concerned. His eyebrows pulled together into a V, and he scratched his head and said again, Poor Malleus, we did him wrong. Honestly, you only just realized he's not here? A small-statured boy asked in a deep voice as he appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Yeah, Crowley jumped in surprise. Van Rouge, where did you come from? As before, there was no official notice about the orientation. I went out to look for him in a hurry there, but I couldn't find him yet again. With his vivid pink hair tucked into his hood and wide, almost tearful eyes that were red like raspberries, this Van Rouge boy was as striking as any of the house wardens. Van Rouge laughed. Aw, poor Malleus. I just hope he's not angry. Sorry, the boy with the white hair said. We weren't trying to leave Malleus out or anything. He's the problem here, though, the boy with the golden hair interjected. I mean, he's not exactly the easiest person to talk to. Don't say that, Van Rouge replied. We're all school chums, aren't we? Don't overthink it, just be friends with him. The white-haired boy nodded firmly, while the beautiful golden-haired boy shook his head in exasperation. The other students looked around nervously. Van Rouge winked playfully. Well, not to worry. New students! In the place of Housewarden Malleus Draconia, I will lead you to the Diasomnia dorm as the Deputy Housewarden. Oh, that's a new term. So they're not vice leaders, but they're deputies. That's fun. The room burst into excited whispers. So the Housewarden for Diasomnia is the Malleus Draconia? It's true? He really does go to Nightraven College? Yikes, I totally don't want to run into that guy. Yuya figured that this Malleus Draconia person must be famous if the sound of his name alone inspired this much fear. The boys with the animal ears clicked his tongue. I should have gone home to bed instead of wasting time at this orientation. He waved a hand. Savannah Claw students, follow me. Children, the tablet said, sounding deeply annoyed. I'll send the campus map to your phones. Find your way to the dorm. The light disappeared from its screen. Wow. Wow, Edia. He was like, I'm done. He was like, this is it. It's closing time. Find your own way. It's a little savage. The other boys in the room called out to one another and chatted as they sorted themselves out. Amid the commotion, Yuya heard Riddle's clear voice call out, Heartslabyul, dorm students. Right face, right. First step with your left foot. Line up behind the deputy housewarden. Their earlier enthusiasm fizzling out. The students neatly turned their backs on Yuya and marched out of the mirror chamber on quick feet, leaving only Yuya, Crowley, and the Dark Mirror in silence. Ah, it was Crowley who broke the silence. I am sorry about all that. Oh, Yuya said. No, I'm sorry I couldn't be what you were hoping for. It was Crowley who had simply assumed he was a new student and pushed his expectations on a reluctant Yuya. This whole fracas was something that Yuya had been dragged into against his will, and yet in the face of Crowley's obvious and utter disappointment, Yuya felt the urge to run away as if he himself was somehow to blame. Ha! Crowley sighed, clearly disheartened. Yuya couldn't help but wonder how he was able to express such emotion when the majority of his face was covered by that mask. I thought we might finally be successful this year if an impressive new student to rival Draconia were to arrive at the school. So that was his whole thing. That was why he was so excited. Oh, my. My. I don't really understand, Yuya said timidly, in a desperate effort to keep from discouraging Crowley further. Perhaps Crowley felt better after wallowing in his emotions for a moment. I suppose not, he said, and cleared his throat. Let us turn our minds to other considerations, then. Yeah, let's, Yuya thought to himself. I'll be in real trouble here otherwise. They were finally getting to what actually mattered to him. So then, he said, what should I do here? Crowley pressed a finger to his chin. This is a most unfortunate turn of events. You do understand that I cannot very well admit a student with no magical ability to my academy. But worry not. It does seem that this was an error on our part, so we will use the power of the Dark Mirror to return you to your home immediately. This was quite the catastrophe, He turned toward the Dark Mirror and raised his arms. Lazy flames erupted in the mirror, and a man rose up in the center once more. Now then, oh Dark Mirror, return this soul to where it belongs, Crowley commanded. At last he would be able to go home, Yuya told himself with a sigh of relief. Then he heard the mirror's words echo in his mind. There is no such place. What? Yuya thought, startled. There is no place in the world where his soul belongs. What did you say? Crowley asked as Yuya stood, speechless. That is not possible. Wait, didn't I say that earlier as well? But today was a veritable cavalcade of impossible phenomena. Crowley repeated his command, but no matter how many times he demanded the mirror return Yuya to his home, the mirror's response was the same. Nowhere. There was no place for Yuya to go home to. That was the only thing the man in the mirror would say. It doesn't know where he belongs, so it can't send him there. Crowley sighed at such length that clouds appeared on the mirror's glass. What's your name? Yuya Kuroki, Yuya replied promptly. Yuwa? Yuwa? Crowley frowned. Yuya said his name again, but apparently it was too difficult for Crowley to replicate. Oh my. What an odd name, he said finally. It's a bit hard to pronounce. Do you mind if I call you... you? Yuya nodded his agreement, and the head mage grew thoughtful. Tell me, you, he said, from what land do you hail? I am from Nihon, Yuya told him. Nika? Japan. Yuya tried the English name of his country, but that apparently did not click for Crowley either. Japan? The lines on Crowley's forehead grew even more pronounced. Yuya had been speaking Japanese this whole time, and no one had had any trouble understanding him up until this point, so there really was no point in trying with English. But wait, was he really speaking Japanese? The words were leaving his mouth without any extra thought, and he wasn't having any issue understanding what anyone else said, but when he thought about it, he did feel like something was slightly off. The words he was thinking and the movements of his mouth didn't match. I am... His mouth was opening and closing more often than required to say just those words, but the words still sounded the way they always did when they reached his ears. He thought he was speaking the language he knew, and somehow his ears and his mouth were naturally translating into a language he didn't know. He frowned in consternation. I am intimately acquainted with the origins of the students who come to Night Raven College from all over the world, Crowley declared. But I am not familiar with this Nikon or Japan, or what have you that you speak of. This is perhaps... He hesitated as he pressed a hand to his forehead. You may very well have come here from another world. Another world? Yuya parroted in disbelief. Crowley nodded, his face deadly serious. Despite Crowley sounding like he was telling a story straight from the pages of a manga or novel, Yuya found himself nodding at these astounding words. The moment he'd seen magic, the second he'd seen Grimm, maybe even from the moment he'd opened his eyes for the first time in this room, he had a feeling that he wasn't in Japan, or even on Earth. This was a different world. At some point, he had emerged into a world called Twisted Wonderland, where magic was a matter of course. But, he cried, but how would I... Crowley shook his head to say that he didn't know the reason himself. To think that the Dark Mirror would call upon a student from another world. I've never heard of such a thing. I would like to know more if possible. Do you have any personal items that would allow me to greater understanding of your world that you came from, you? Greater understanding? Yuya asked. Yes, Crowley nodded. A driver's license, for instance. Well, when I woke up, I was already in the gate. I was carrying a bag, but it disappeared with my clothes. I had my student ID in my wallet, but... Yuya patted himself down frantically. My phone! I had a smartphone in my pocket, but it's gone now, too. Incredible, Crowley cried, eyes widening. So you have smartphones in your parallel world as well. I am also surprised by this, Yuya said cautiously. The first thing you ask about is a driver's license? He had assumed they'd have more fantastical things in this world, given the magic it contained. Crowley looked off into the distance thoughtfully. All of which is to say you have no personal effects on you. This is a predicament. Yuya really did have nothing, but when Crowley pointed it out, he felt cut adrift all over again. How was he supposed to live in a world where he didn't even have a single shoe to his name? It seemed that Crowley was also at a loss. It doesn't appear that we will come up with a solution to your situation anytime soon, no matter how we might rack our brains. At any rate, you can stay at Night Raven College for tonight. You'll let me stay the night? Yuya cried, a surge of relief washing over him. Yes, Crowley nodded. I am loath indeed to expel you in this situation. There is a vacant building on campus not currently in use. You may stay there. Ah, that's great. You may call me Head Mage. You? Head Mage, Yuya repeated. Thank you so much. Before he knew it, he had taken both of Crowley's gloved hands in his own, overwhelmed with gratitude. There's a good boy. Wonderful. My kindness truly knows no bounds. Crowley smiled playfully. Now then, strike while the iron is hot, as they say. I shall take you to the dorm straight away. Please do follow me. My. Chapter 3. As they proceeded down the dim, deserted corridor, Yuya and Crowley told each other about their respective worlds. Both the worlds had schools, and their civilizations appeared to be more or less the same. As the commonality of smartphones demonstrated, science and technology had progressed along similar paths. This world had an extra force, however, magic. Crowley was surprised when Yuya said there was no magic where he came from, but that was the only major difference they'd discovered so far. Who knew what other things might turn out to be fantastical in his world, but ordinary in the other one? He couldn't let his guard down. He had to be ready so that he wouldn't be surprised, no matter what came at him. Hanging his head, he gave himself a little pep talk and tried to prepare for whatever the future here held. Now then, Crowley tapped something hard with his cane. We are about to leave the school building. Huh? Yuya lifted his face and immediately squeezed his eyes shut in at the dazzling glare. He felt a breeze blowing, and a new scent reached his nose, the fragrance of a chilly tide. He gingerly opened his eyes to find the night sky spreading out before him. In the center was the full moon, bright enough that he could see the patterns on the ground. He'd seen the moon through the window before, but looking up at it again now, he felt overwhelmed by its vastness. It was so bright that he couldn't see any stars. Huh? He frowned. Why would you have an orientation at night? Because, unlike other schools, we are a prestigious institute for the cultivation of mages, Crowley declared. Naturally, we hold our important ceremonies at night. Makes sense, Yuya replied. Here it was already the first piece of this world's unexpected common sense. He looked at his feet and the light of the moon reflected off the gray stone tiles. There was nothing else around them, only the dark sky and the ground shining palely. As they walked, the world suddenly opened up. Yuya caught sight of a very long staircase, and at the bottom of it, far below, a variety of structures dotted the landscape. Tall buildings, rigid roofs, domes. He'd thought the school itself was plenty big, but the overall campus was larger than he could have imagined. The windows and the street lamps shone earnestly, undaunted by the light of the moon. Although Yuya couldn't see anything other than the moon in the sky, the tiny flickering lights of the townscape looked like stars and made it seem like the night sky continued to stretch out beneath itself. It's beautiful, Yuya murmured with emotion as he looked down on the campus from up high. Isn't it, though? Crowley puffed his chest up proudly. All these magnificent structures provide an environment that cultivates a rich and full humanity in our students. Is the building I'm staying in down there? Of course! It is the one of the most elegant and refined on campus, with plenty of character. Only a little farther now. Let us hurry along, Crowley urged. Yuya stepped out onto the first stair and faltered a bit at the height, but his mood was a little brighter now, perhaps because of the beautiful view. He made his way down the steep staircase with care, mindful of where he set his feet. And here we are, Crowley declared, with an expansive wave of his arm. Step through the gate and behold your new lodging, you. There was an ear-splitting, metallic shriek in response. This gate? Yuya asked, eyeing the collection of, Oh, you hyphenated this word in a very poor place. Precipitously. inclined iron poles dubiously as they swung back and forth in the wind, threatening to snap off at any moment. Crowley was calling this heap of junk a gate? Yuya touched it timidly, and a rusty chunk crumbled and fell to the ground. He slipped through the structure that had once apparently been a gate, being careful not to catch his robe on it, and stepped up onto the gently sloping staircase. Somehow, the surrounding air grew darker and more stagnant with every step he took. The moon that had been so dazzlingly bright when they left the school building was now hidden under a thick blanket of clouds. Weeds grew freely from the gaps in the cracked concrete and made the ground beneath his feet even more uncertain. He nearly fell any number of times, propping himself up by clinging to Crowley each time, until they finally arrived at the building itself, a Western-style structure that didn't exist in an average residential area in Japan. At the very least, Yuya had never seen a house this big in his own neighborhood. Long, long ago, this was used as a dorm, Crowley said, his tone wistful. As he looked up at the large door, it's equipped with all the necessary facilities: lounge, student rooms, bathroom, small kitchen. It had likely been quite an impressive place in its heyday. The pillars bracing the eaves were reassuringly sturdy, and the heavy door was solidly built. The issue was its age. The gate was in the advanced stages of decay, and the building itself was in terrible shape. The light bulb at the entrance was broken, and the porch was riddled with holes. The window on the door was still intact, but given the general condition of the place, this felt like a minor miracle. The paint was peeling off swollen exterior walls, which rippled in deformed waves. Yuya quickly glanced around the rest of the property. Rain shutters and roof tiles littered the garden, where broken trees had been left to rot. This dorm was basically a haunted house. The key ring at Crowley's waist jangled as he pulled it out and unerringly plucked an unadorned silver key from the dozens of others. He inserted this into the lock on the door. Yuya watched as the door still refused to open. Is that the right key? This should be it, Crowley frowned. I suppose the lock's simply gotten a bit stiff because it hasn't been used for quite some time. It had been so long since anyone had come here that the lock had rusted. Yuya wasn't sure which was worse, sleeping in this place or in the creepy room with all the coffins he had left behind. Just as he was wondering whether he should ask if the latter was still an option, the door opened with a squealing creak. "Oh, there we are," Crowley said and stepped inside. Yuya took a deep breath and then followed the head mage. The house stank of mold, like a compressed and compacted version of the air found in the farthest reaches of a library. Yuya coughed as he walked down the hallway with Crowley. "I feel like I would die if I was told I had to sleep in this place." Oh boy. True to the impression Yuya had gotten from its exterior, the building was quite large inside. But furniture was scattered all across the hallway, and it was no small bit of work to weave their way around. While his attention was occupied by where he was stepping, his head collected spiderwebs. The lounge they eventually arrived at was filled with the same mess of broken furniture. "Isn't it delightful?" Crowley looked back at Yuya with a smile. "I grant you, it is a touch old, but nothing a broom and some elbow grease can't fix. You'll have a ship-shaped place to spend the night in no time." He righted a candle stand that had fallen on top of the hearth and set a hand over it. The candles immediately sprang to life and set small shadows, maybe spiders, maybe mice, scurrying away. Yuya looked around the room in trepidation. "Well then," Crowley stamped his cane against the floor. "I'm off to investigate your place of origin in the library." "What? You're leaving?" Yuya said. "We must all use our time effectively. I hope at the very least to learn a little something about this world you came from." Crowley grinned and dipped his head, causing spiderwebs to catch on his top hat. I'll no doubt return shortly. Please feel free to make yourself comfortable." He left Yuya in the lounge and firmly closed the door behind him, bringing down a storm of accumulated dust. "Make myself comfortable," he says, Yuya muttered under his breath. He was more likely to choke to death on the dust swirling through the air. With a sigh, he set himself to cleaning the lounge so he could spend the night there. Candle holder in hand, he stepped into the corridor carefully of the warped floorboards under his feet. He tentatively opened the small door at the end of the corridor and found a storeroom, just as he expected. He took an ancient broom from inside and returned to the lounge. He yanked open the windows and began to sweep the floor, pulling up a thick layer of dust like peeling skin. As he coughed and cleaned, he heard the pitter-patter against the wall, a quiet sound that quickly changed to the burbling of water. "It's raining," he realized. The gentle rhythm of falling rain steadily increased in volume as the sudden shower turned into a full-blown storm. In the distance, he heard thunder rumbling like the purring of a happy cat. The bright moon and clear skies of orientation seemed like a faraway dream now, or perhaps that had been magic too. He could almost hear Crowley saying, "Naturally, we take measures to ensure that this important ceremony sees a successful outcome." The air coming through the windows was cooler now, perhaps because of the rain. The long-sleeved robe he was wearing, apparently a Night Raven College's ceremonial dress, was perfect for the current temperature. When he heard the word orientation, he'd assumed it was spring, but it was fall, one of the 4 seasons of this world that matched the world he'd come from. He'd heard that schools overseas started their new school year in the fall, and from the style of the buildings he'd seen so far, the structure of this college did seem to be more closely related to schools in Europe or America than in Japan. He crouched down and peered into the large fireplace, wondering if he could maybe light a fire to make the room a little brighter, but there was nothing in it except charred remnants of fires past. He had no idea where to find something he could burn, nor did he have any matches that he could use to actually light a fire. He stood up with a sigh. There was nothing he could do here. What would the others do in this situation? Would they use magic like Crowley lighting the candles with a wave of his hand? Or Riddle and Grimm at orientation? How had he ended up in such a weird world? I'm all alone. As he stared into the fireless fireplace, Yuya was suddenly overcome with loneliness. What were his parents doing right now? He didn't know what time it was, but he guessed it had been a while since he'd woken up in the mirror chamber. His parents would have come home from work by now. Were they worried because he wasn't there? He didn't have any friends here he could lose track of time hanging out with. Once his parents noticed their son hadn't come home yet, they would almost certainly be worried. As he pictured the faces of his loving parents, he had a sudden realization. If he couldn't go back to his original world, he'd never see his mom and dad again. Now, for the first time, his fear took on definite shape, pressing down on him. He had been entirely preoccupied by one bewildering incident after another, which had been a good thing. It had kept him busy enough that he could allow himself to believe that everything happened to him was a part of an extremely weird dream, that this unfamiliar world and its dangerous magic were all someone else's problem. But now that he was alone, he was forced to face it. Would he never see his parents again? What if he had to live here alone, in this place where magic actually existed? He felt something hot in the corners of his eyes. Reflexively, he reached up, about to brush away the tears, but then hesitated given how dusty his hands were. He tilted his head back and took a deep breath. He was determined not to cry because he was scared, not at this age. He was embarrassed by his tears, even though there was no one around to see them. It would all be fine. Something would work out. There was nothing to cry about, he told himself, and tried to swallow the sobs that threatened to spill out of him. Then he heard a wet splat. It wasn't the wetness of tears falling, though. With a gasp, he held up the candle in the direction of the sound that had come from and saw a wet piece of fabric on the floor beneath the window. It looked like a curtain had ripped right off due to the extra weight of the rain soaking it. Everything in this building was really ancient. As Yuya went over to the window to close it, What? Yeah, as Yuya went over to the window to close it when something leaped at his chest out of nowhere. What? He cried as he fell flat on his backside, and a dazzling blue flame burned before him. Wow, it was seriously pouring out there, a voice said. Yuya's mouth gaped open and shut. The thing grinned and laughed. Yahaha! That look on your face is priceless, like a bat that got blasted by a water gun. Grim? Laughing at him once more with the little creature that had started chasing him around the moment he'd opened his eyes in the mirror chamber. But Grim had been kicked out of the school and at orientation. He'd caused such a ruckus that Yuya had assumed the school would have put some kind of measure in place to make sure he couldn't step onto the campus again. So how had he gotten in here? Maybe no one thought he would be so persistent. When Yuya looked closely, he saw that Grim was missing the shackle Riddle had locked around his neck. What are you doing here? He yelped. It's obvious, duh. Grim rolled his eyes. I'm here to fight you so I can be a student at the college. People keep getting in my way, but this time for sure you're going down. Wait, there's no point in fighting me. Yuya stopped Grim with both hands as the creature started to take a deep breath. I'm not a student here. A lick of fire flicked out from between fangs. Huh? What do you mean? Yuya told Grim what had happened after he'd left the mirror chamber. You mean you can't use magic? Grim scrutinized him with wide eyes. Exactly, Yuya nodded. Wow, didn't see that one coming. Grim shook his head slowly. Sucks to be you. You don't have to actually say it, Yuya groaned. The desire to flee that had welled up in him during the orientation was rekindled. He wanted to be anywhere but there. As if to strike the final blow on an increasingly despondent Yuya, Grim let out a huge sigh. So beating you to a pulp's not gonna get me in, huh? Well, guess I better think up another way. Another way? Yuya asked. Yep, Grim inched closer. I take you hostage and threaten the head mage. Well, he's using his brain. That's for sure. Yuya shoved the creature back with the broom. Although Grim seemed to have given up on the idea of fighting him, he couldn't let his guard down just yet. Why don't you give up already? Don't be stupid, I ain't never given up, Grim declared, and leapt onto the back of the sofa. Even in that position, he still wasn't quite at eye level with Yuya. Nevertheless, he began to speak with overwhelming passion. I was born to do something like this. I'm a magical prodigy who's got the makings to become one of the greatest mages who ever lived. Which is why I figured I'd be a shoo-in for the famed Night Raven College, and that's why I was waiting and waiting for that black carriage to come for me, and yet it never did. Grim fell silent, drops of rainwater falling off from the tips of his drooping ears. He looked so much more like a stuffed animal when he wasn't moving. With him soaking wet and hanging his head like this, Yuya almost felt sorry for him. While Yuya struggled with how to respond, Grim suddenly shook himself like a dog, and the water went flying everywhere. Humph, Grim snorted. His brash grin was back on his face. That dark mirror and the head mage got no eye for talent. I'm totes destined for greatness. To be the most powerful mage ever. Not letting me in was a great loss for the whole wide world. I am going to school here, whatever it takes. But you don't know what they'll do to you next time, Yuya protested. You're already in so much trouble, just give it up. Never. I will be a great mage. Grim screeched, and it was clear that he would not listen to a word that Yuya had to say. Yuya couldn't handle Grim setting everything on fire again, so he held his palms out placatingly. Okay, fine, I get it. What do you mean by all this great mage stuff anyway? So, okay, a great mage, right? We're talking the most amazing mage ever, Grim said. Yuya was pretty sure this was not really an explanation, but Grim ignored his doubtful demeanor and went on, eyes shining brightly as he recounted his dreams to Yuya. A great mage is super popular and powerful. You want something done? That's the guy you call. When I'm a great mage, everyone will be all, Grim's so cool, and Grim's so strong, and what a genius Grim is. Total respect. Wow, sounds amazing. Yuya was only going along with Grim, trying not to stir anything up, but Grim seemed satisfied. He snickered somewhat derisively. That's the dream, eh? But too bad for you. Can't use magic, so you can't be a great mage, okay? What I'm saying here is you've got no chance. Uh-huh. Thank you, Grim. I'm maybe fine with that, Yuya said. Liar. Ain't a soul alive who doesn't want to be a great mage. Grim crossed his arms with a malicious smirk. No point in pretending you're all tough. I mean, truth is, you gotta be wishing you could use magic like me. Yuya pictured it for a moment. What if he could use magic? It would be handy, and probably lots of fun. But that didn't mean he was stewing in his own thwarted ambitions or feeling panicky. Grim could boast and brag until the sun set, but Yuya didn't feel so much as a twinge of jealousy towards these magic users. Do you ever even get it? Grim stammered. If you were a powerful mage, you could do anything. Everything. With magic. Magic. A parallel world. Yuya honestly couldn't care less. He only wanted one thing right now, to go back to his own world. You've got some screws loose, buddy. Grim pursed his lips in a pout and sat on the sofa. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Whoa, the bottoms of my feet are all white. Oh, wow, they are. Yuya peered at his paw paths, which now looked like bits of cotton. I guess it's because you were walking around this dusty place after getting soaked by the rain. Yuya had only finished cleaning half of the floor, after all, and hadn't even gotten started on the sofa. Dust? Grim looked around like he was only just noticing the state of this room. Oh yeah, everything is all whitish and stinks like mold. How am I supposed to sleep here? Get cleaning already. Wow. Huh? Yuya wondered whether he'd heard wrong. Did you just say sleep? Yep. Grim nodded firmly. You're planning on staying here? You betcha. You seem like a guy who maybe gets it. I won't take you hostage for now, so give me a place to live instead. But, Grim, you protested. You just got thrown off campus. The head mage is going to be back soon, and honestly, I really don't need any more trouble. You're gonna shoo me out into this rainstorm? Grim turned incredulous eyes on him. You're a cold one, dang. So you're saying you don't care if my fur gets soaking wet and I catch a cold and it goes and turns into pneumonia? I didn't say that. I mean, I didn't, but you really didn't want to aggravate Grim. But he got the feeling that letting this creature who disrupted the orientation so spectacularly stay was only going to be a headache for him. While he struggled to decide what to do, Grim suddenly screeched and leapt up. Meow! Something just fell on my back. Oh, was it? You looked up at the ceiling and glimpsed a wet spot. Of course there's a leak. How old is this building? Meh, Grim snarled. Get up there and fix that garbage roof. I can't? You stared at him blankly. I've never repaired a roof before in my life. You could just magic those holes. Oh, wait, right. You can't use magic. Grim burst out laughing. Man, you're so useless. Okay, fine then. Boring guy like you can just go and get boring bucket or whatever you can. Yuya turned exasperated eyes on Grim. This creature clearly only cared about himself. Grim rolled around laughing on the sofa and then abruptly stopped. Yeah? What, more rain? Yeah. Grim reached out towards Yuya. Are you trying to give me something? He held out his own palms in return, and they were slapped away immediately. No, you dolt! Grim yelled. Behind you! Behind me? Yuya turned around and saw white smoke drifting up the middle of the room. He assumed at first that it was another fire, but he couldn't see any flames. Where was the smoke coming from? He cocked his head curiously to one side as he looked down and then up. Heh. The white smoke echoed with laughter as a face formed within the shapeless mist and met the astonished Yuya's eyes before it started flying around the room. Yee. With shaking hands, Yuya tried to shine a light on it, but the smoke slipped away into the darkness. He peered into the gloom, trying to follow it. We haven't had visitors in ages, came a voice. The abrupt words sent shivers up Yuya's spine. How long has it been anyway? Lightning flashed outside the windows and a bolt of thunder nearby, as if to further shred the ripped curtain, and for a split second the dark room was bright as day. "Welcome to our home," the voice continued in a semi-transparent something floating in midair, smiling creepily as it stretched out its hands. "Ghosts!" Yuya yelped. White, floating, and see-through, Yuya and Grim were definitely staring at a ghost. "Stay away from me," Grim cried, whipping the ghost with his tail, but the white haze only vanished into nothing for a moment before quickly coalescing again into its original form. No matter how hard Grim tried to smack down the ghost, his tail simply passed right through it. Meanwhile, the ghost seemed utterly unfazed by the entire situation. "What in the world? My tail's all tingly." Grim tucked his tail between his legs and shrank back against Yuya's legs. The ghost giggled gleefully again. Yuya suddenly realized they weren't up against just one ghost. Several pairs of eyes appeared in the air, all of them staring down at him from every direction. "Always nice to have visitors," one ghost commented. "We get so bored, you know." "All of the people who used to live here got scared of us and ran away," noted another. "Real weird." Their white bodies had no legs, instead stretching out and trailing off into nothing, like a lizard's tail. They bobbed towards Yuya and Grim, gently, but with an air of finality somehow. Yuya felt a powerful chill. As the ghost approached, he felt as if he'd been tossed into a vat of ice water. His legs trembled, his jaw shook, and his teeth chattered. He wondered if the icy tendrils creeping out from his feet would eventually reach his heart. He could see the light of the candle on the table through the bodies of the ghosts. "We just want some new pals to play with," a ghost said as it leaned in, colored red by the flame, and its face was abruptly enormous, lips pulled back into a frightening snarl of a smile. "How about we make you into ghosts?" Maybe it was because his legs were frozen, or maybe it was the terror, but Yuya couldn't move or scream. He was rooted in the spot, while next to him, Grim's ears twitched. He guessed Grim was probably just as scared as he was and lowered his gaze, then nearly did a double take. The look on Grim's face was the exact opposite of what he'd expected. Grim's nose was wrinkled and his throat rumbled with a low growl. Flames flicked out from between his fangs, and his eyes blazed with outrage. I ain't afraid of ghosts," he exclaimed. When the ghosts had first appeared, Grim had shrunken up against you in fear, but he had clearly gotten over that initial shock. All his fur was standing on end as he aggressively leaned forward. How could he be so determined even now? Yuya looked on in surprise while Grim stood on all fours and shouted, "I'll show you what I got." Pwan! The area around them grew abruptly brighter. Flames lapped at the floor and walls. It was the orientation all over again. "God, don't, you're gonna set the place on fire!" Yuya grimaced at the heat and reached out to try to stop Grim, but the creature slipped away, chasing after the circling ghosts, balls of fire flying everywhere. "Up, up, up." "Not even close," one ghost taunted. "Go ahead and fire off your sad little magic until you die. 'Cause we can't, you know. We're already dead and everything." "Shut up!" The angry Grim kept shooting off fireballs indiscriminately. Up, 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 up. Yuya raced around and put out the teeny fires with his shoe or his hands covered in his sleeve. The rain was actually a blessing, he realized. Because of it, the room was so damp that the flames basically just smoldered when they hit the floor or the furniture. But he could tell that the constant heat of the fire was starting to dry out the dampness. It was only a matter of time before one of those fireballs truly lit something on fire. If he didn't put an end to this, the building really would burn down. "Grim, stop it! Stop! Calm down!" Yuya shouted desperately, but his voice was drowned out by the rain beating against the windows. "Hee hee hee! Missed by a country mile! Over here, this way!" a ghost taunted. "Arg, you got a lot of nerve for someone who's see-through. Quit popping up and disappearing already," Grim growled. Yuya's head spun as the ghost roared with laughter, and Grim just roared. The intensifying thunderstorm only made his panic that much more acute. He was so scared and worried he could hardly stand it. his heart leaping and pounding in his chest. Why did Grim keep missing the ghosts anyway? It definitely wasn't because the ghosts were moving too fast. They bobbed toward them and away again, gently drifting around, Grim and Yuya as if teasing them. They were moving so slowly that Yuya could possibly have tossed a ball and hit one of them. Did the ghosts have some kind of special power? He examined them carefully. No, it was Grim. He was closing his eyes every time he let loose a fireball, and there was no way he was going to hit anything, firing blindly like that. Oh, Grim. At last, flames began to eat away at the sofa. I have to stop this. Yuya clenched his fist in determination and crept towards Grim. The monster was totally focused on the ghosts in front of him that had apparently forgotten all about Yuya. Waiting for the moment when the jet of fire streaming from Grim's fangs' mouth broke off, Yuya grabbed Grim with both hands and lifted him up into the air and then started running, eyes straight ahead, not looking back. He couldn't dodge the ghost blocking his way forward, so he slipped right through its white body. He reflexively screamed at the sudden chill that wrapped around him, which felt like standing in front of an open refrigerator door. Stumbling forward, he managed to escape into the hallway, slamming the lounge door shut so hard it threatened to break. That was too freaky, he said as he slumped down onto the floor in front of the door, the nervous tension draining from his body all at once. Grim was frozen in his arms, perhaps still processing his sudden abduction. But then he let out a gasp of realization and glared up at Yuya, demanding, "What are you doing, you jerk? I had everything under control." "You nearly burned the whole building down," Yuya snapped in reply. "Fine, then you deal with them," Grim sniffed. Yuya shook his head back and forth, so hard it nearly flew off his neck. "I can't." "Oh? What, you a little scaredy cat?" Grim sneered. "It's just, I've never been in a fight before." "Shut it then. I don't need any lip from a useless human." "Sorry." Grim was painfully correct. There was nothing Yuya could do except apologize, but if he gave up now, the best case scenario was that they ended up pals with the ghosts. Worst case was the same, except with extra suffering as they were burned alive along with the building. "Listen," Yuya worked hard to keep his voice even. "I was watching you in there. You kept closing your eyes when you were using your magic, you know? And I just kind of feel like maybe it's going to be hard to hit anything like that." Grim cocked his head to one side, pursed his lips, and mimicked himself shooting fire, and apparently noted for the first time that he did indeed have such a habit. "Well, I can't help it. When I go, oh, with my mouth, my eyes go in," he said, showing Yuya his technique. This seemed pretty clumsy to Yuya, like not being able to walk and chew gum at the same time, but maybe he was in no position to talk. While running toward the ghost, he had been so scared he'd squeezed his own eyes shut. Perhaps deep down, Grim was scared too, he realized. Grim had the courage to face the ghosts all alone, though, unlike Yuya, who had simply frozen in place. Couldn't Yuya at least help him? After considering it for a minute, he had a flash of insight and looked down at Grim on his lap. "I got it. There's an easy fix here. I'll tell you where the ghosts are. Like right, left, up, that kind of thing. Then you shoot fire in that direction. That way, your magic might hit them." "Huh? Why should I take orders from you?" Grim said, insulted, and began to flail against Yuya. He was clearly raring to charge back into the lounge and start firing again. "Wait," Yuya squeezed Grim tightly to hold him in place. "Just listen to me." "Nope," Grim said, still squirming. "You think you're all hot stuff when you don't even do a single thing in here." "I'm sorry," Yuya said again, "but if you don't... You about done here?" Came a bright voice abruptly from above his head, and he nearly replied to it automatically. He managed to hold his tongue and ever so timidly look up. A ghost's torso was poking through the closed door. Iconic. "Wow, a ghost!" Yuya exclaimed. When the ghost slipped through the wall, Yuya and Grim leapt backward. The ghost gave them a once-over. "Sorry to bug ya in the middle of your chit-chat," one said. "We just got sick of waitin' is all." The end of Yuya's nose grew cold. The ghosts were almost on top of them. "Get away from us," he cried. "Stay back," Grim yelled. Yuya thrust his hands out at the ghost, and Grim breathed fire, lost in the moment. "Ah, it burns," a ghost yelped. The ghosts were on fire. Actually, they were less on fire and more riddled with holes where the fire had shot through them. Just like a shadow disappears when its owner steps into the light, the bodies of the ghosts disappeared under the bright gleam of the flames. Grim had finally made a hit. "Piece of cake," Grim said, looking at the panicking ghosts. "Hey, human, point me toward a ghost." "You got it," Yuya said as he picked up the creature again and carefully aimed him at the ghost. "Hey, now we get our flamethrower." Now, the world before him flashed with a pale light. Gah! Another ghost was knocked flying by Grim's blast. "Ha! Got one. I knew I was a total whiz with magic," Grim said as he looked back at Yuya and grinned. "Keep 'em coming, human." "Roger," Yuya said. Though Grim had objected to Yuya's earlier suggestion of telling him which way to aim, they were essentially doing that now, but they were moving together rather than Grim obeying Yuya's orders, which seemingly made this arrangement more acceptable to Grim. In fact, he seemed to be having fun as he let his fire fly. Yuya supported him with both arms as if he were gripping a hose with the water turned on all the way, and together they dispersed the ghosts. "Yaha, I am the greatest," Grim crowed. "You're heavy." Yuya's hands were already slipping from the weight of this creature that was much bigger and heavier than the average house cat, and from the recoil from every fireball, nearly knocking him over backwards. "Quit your belly aching," Grim said merrily, and whacked his arm. He was in high spirits now that he had gotten himself the perfect vehicle. When the flames hit the ghosts, instead of spreading, they quietly fizzled out like they had been doused with water. All around them, Yuya could hear the soft hiss of ghosts disappearing. "Eehee!" a ghost wailed. "No fair ganging up on us." "Shut up," Grim snarled. "There are way more of you." One ghost after another fled through the wall. Yuya chased them into the lounge and surveyed every nook and cranny of the room, holding Grim at the ready. A chorus of ghostly voices sounded, "Hoo-ah! They're gonna disappear for us for good. Retreat! Fall back! We've gotta get out of here!" Before Yuya knew it, the laughter and the screams had stopped, and the only sound in the lounge was him and Grim's panting. The storm outside had also faded into gentle rainfall. The flying herd of ghosts was nowhere to be seen, and the room was in more or less good shape. It did smell a little charred, but otherwise it was the same dark and damp lounge. Grim leapt out of Yuya's arms. As he landed, he put all his hands on his hips and threw his head back proudly. "How'd you like that? I totally smashed those ghosts." "That was amazing, Grim," Yuya agreed. "Yeah." A surprised look flashed across Grim's face, and he averted his eyes, flustered. He had been so confident and full of pride, and yet when someone actually paid him a compliment, he seemed oddly flabbergasted. Yuya had to smile at the situation. "Hee-hee-hee," Grim chuckled. "You were maybe all right yourself." His grin was as malicious as ever, but Yuya wasn't frightened by it the way he had been the first time he'd seen it. "What a disaster has befallen this place," came a loud cry from behind them, sending a jolt through both Yuya and Grim. They looked back in trepidation and found not a ghost in the doorway, but the head mage Crowley. "Thank goodness it's you," Yuya exclaimed. He was about to explain what happened when something shot out in front of him. "This again," Grim snarled. When Yuya looked down, Grim was tied up with the head mage's tough love. "I heard screams as I was returning," Crowley said, lifting Grim with one hand. "So it was this creature again. Quite the stubborn little beast, I suppose he was getting up to mischief here too." He looked ready to throw Grim through the window, so Yuya hurriedly grabbed his arm. "No, that's not it. I was attacked by ghosts and Grim saved me." Crowley frowned. "What do you mean?" "So, earlier, Yuya began to explain about Grim coming in through the window, the ghosts attacking, and the two of them working together to chase the ghosts away." "I see," the head mage nodded. "Then the screams I heard were those of the ghosts." "Exactly. I'm innocent, I tell ya." Grim thrashed around, held by the scruff of his neck. Now that you mention it, Crowley mused, I do seem to recall that some mischievous ghosts took up residence in this dorm and scared away all the students. I'd completely forgotten that was why it was abandoned. And you were going to make me spend the night in a haunted dorm, and you forgot that it was haunted. What if I had actually been turned into a ghost? What would you have done then? Yuya put this question to him in gentler terms, and Crowley laughed. Absurd, that was merely an old ghost joke. He looked thoughtfully down at Grim, hanging from his hand. But to think that this one here would assist anyone. You've done well to tame such a ferocious creature. Excuse me? Tame? Grim snorted derisively. This kid's a total waste of skin, but I managed to make him useful. There, you see? Crowley gestured toward the angry Grim. Very defiant. You have remarkable skills to be able to bend one like this to your will. Yuya mustered up the courage to ask what he really wanted to know. Head mage? He began. Yes, Crowley looked up at him. So, are you finished with your research in the library? All expression disappeared abruptly from the head mage's face. He tilted his head slightly to one side and nodded slowly. He appeared to be choosing his words carefully. I am indeed finished. I did not contain my search to the library, but rather availed myself of every method I could think of, asking the other teachers, looking online, all of that. Yuya silently urged him to continue. But despite my best efforts, I could find no trace of this Japan that you spoke of, Crowley told him. It has never existed anywhere in Twisted Wonderland at any point in recorded history. So that's it then, Yuya sighed. Yes, you have indeed come from a different world, but the confounding factor here is that the total lack of information. In the 100 years that I have been head mage, I can safely say that I have been witness to many, many surprises, but I have never encountered anything like this, and without any precedents, I could not find a way to return you to your original world. You couldn't? Even said so bluntly, it didn't feel real. Yuya had been so scared by the prospect of being trapped here that he'd nearly burst into tears, and yet when he was told that this was effectively the position he was in, he couldn't quite believe it. Deep down, he had assumed that this world all worked out some way. Convinced that something so cruel could never happen to someone so utterly average as him. But he was wrong. No one knew how to get him home. If there was some way to do it, it was not going to be easy to figure out. How he was supposed to keep going now? What was there to live for when he woke up in the morning? Crowley lowered Grim to the floor and cleared his throat. Yuya automatically shuddered. Well, this is difficult to say, Crowley began, but given that you are not a student at our fine college, I cannot allow you to stay here for free. Education must be fair above all else. Okay, Yuya could only hang his head at this. However, Crowley paused thoughtfully, I believe accommodations might be made if you would consider working for me. Huh? Yuya's face shot up, and he stared at the head mage. Except for the faculty, everyone's employed at the college is a ghost, but a staff of ghosts is not always optimal, you see. Crowley's eyes shone. It was hard to tell because of the mask he was wearing, but his mouth was curling up slightly in what appeared to be a smile. It would truly pain me as an educator to abandon a boy without a penny to his name. I would personally find it great help if you were to do odd jobs on campus while I attempt to find a way to return you to your original world. As for pay, well, that would be an amount commensurate with the work performed. He smiled. What do you think? Yuya wanted to hug him. He'd been able to keep going for now, at least. Crowley was giving him a roof over his head and food on his table, not to mention a purpose. I think that sounds great, he said. Thank you so much. In his great relief, the tears he'd held back earlier rolled down his cheeks. Dear me, Crowley laughed. Well, my charity knows no bounds. Oh, there is but one condition. Sure, Yuya nodded. What is that? You must attend to Grim, he stated firmly. Uh-huh. Grim? He pointed automatically at the disgruntled monster, and Grim's ears twitched. What? Me? Yes, Crowley replied. Given that you are unable to use magic, I am somewhat concerned about leaving you alone on campus, But with Grim by your side, you should be able to handle anything that might come up. Monster and magic-free alien. It's the best that you two would join forces, and from what I can see, you've already gotten quite friendly. But Yuya protested, but Crowley cut him off. He is unusually persistent, you see. Who knows what he'll get up to if left to his own devices. But I know I won't have anything to worry about if you're with him. You. Crowley was trying to get rid of a nuisance by making Grim Yuya's responsibility. He was about to insist that he really wouldn't be able to rein Grin in when the monster in question shoved him out of the way. So I can go to school here? Grim shouted with delight. No, said Crowley in a clipped tone. I told you, you will stay on at the school to do odd jobs, cleaning the campus and maintaining the facilities. You will not be a student. Cleaning? Grim was obviously unhappy with this. What kind of deal is that? I'm gonna look so stupid. I don't want to sweep up people's junk. How shameless of you, the head mage cried angrily. The winds were suddenly blowing in a dangerous direction. Crowley looked as though he might take back his offer at any second. You yanked Grim back in panic and whispered in his large ear, "Quit it. If you keep this up, he'll throw you out again, okay?" But I don't want to be a I don't want to be a janitor, Grim whined. Yuya could only stay there on the condition that Grim stayed with him. Living with this selfish creature was bound to be rough, but it had to be better than being shut out in the cold. And Crowley was right. Yuya would be happy to have the help of someone who could use magic. He crouched down so he was at eye level with Grim. The monster was clearly dissatisfied with the special requirement, but this made Yuya feel like he could count on him somehow. I just know the head mage will let you in at some point if you stick with me, he said, desperately trying to persuade Grim that this was in both of their best interests. I mean, he's got to, right? Huh, Grim grunted as he looked away and crossed his arms. And if you want to get thrown out again, I know you'll only sneak back in, right? Yuya continued. So living here with me saves you a whole lot of work. They'll feed you, and you won't have to wander around in the rain anymore. Feed us. Grim turned in and met his eyes. You mean I can have a can of tuna whenever I want? Yes, exactly. He bobbed his head up and down. Tuna was a Grim's thing? Yuya could probably make that happen. Perhaps Yuya's pleas had struck a chord, or maybe Grim realized that this arrangement was to his advantage. He put his hands on his hips and said, "Fine. I will deign to live here with you, and I'll work, for now anyway." Wonderful. It is a done deal then, Crowley nodded, having watched over the proceedings. Once you've finished with your official duties, you may, of course, make use of the library and the other facilities as you please. I have no doubt that you would like to do some research yourself, Yuya. You may also use this dorm however you like. Great, thanks, Yuya said. Crowley took a silver key from the bundle on his keyring. Yuya recognized it as the key to this building from the glimpse he'd gotten when they had first arrived at the dorm. It was a simple old thing, but it was scratch-free and gleaming brightly, as if someone had taken good care of it. Yuya clenched it tightly in his fist. "Thank you so much for this opportunity," he said, shaking Crowley's hand with his free hand and letting out a sigh of relief. He wouldn't have to worry about how he'd get by while he figured out where to go from here. He and Crowley grinned at each other while at their feet. Grim tapped his claws loudly against the white bag Crowley was carrying. "This is smelling real good," Grim remarked. "Ah, so you noticed," Crowley exclaimed, delighted. "There's a pot of soup in there. You are hungry, aren't you?" "So it is food!" Grim leapt forward. "No," Crowley yanked the bag up and handed it to Yuya. "You'll share it nicely, and you'll do the same thing tomorrow as well. Starting now, the two of you are one." Now that Crowley had mentioned it, Yuya was very hungry. He hadn't had anything to eat since lunch at school, and he had no idea how long ago that had been. His stomach was growling. "Take this as well, Yu." Crowley held out a soft package, and Yu took it in his arms. "What is it?" he asked. "Bedclothes and a school uniform for you to wear tomorrow. You'd no doubt have quite the time trying to get anything done wearing our ceremonial robe." How truly thoughtful I am." Yuya was concerned about being in uniform when he wasn't a student, but Crowley told him they had plenty to spare, so he accepted it. Tentatively opening the package, he glimpsed a black jacket and white shirt. There's actually a vest to complete the set, Crowley told him, but those are distributed by the dorms. You should be just fine with that. Yes, of course, Yuya said. Thank you so much. Proof of my tremendous generosity. Eat and get yourself right to bed. I'll need you to work those fingers to the bone starting tomorrow. Crowley patted Yuya's shoulder gently and left. Crowley had an oddly detached air despite his exaggerated expressions of delight, surprise, and sadness. He was a strange person, but he was also the only person Yuya could... Sorry, I lost my place for a second there. Yuya could count on at that moment, as he'd given him food and a place to live. Though he seemed to be a bit half-baked, perhaps he really was just as kind and benevolent as he repeatedly insisted he was. Yuya had no choice but to have faith in that. Hey, Grim said. Yuya looked away from the door Crowley had disappeared through and back at Grim. What? At some point, the monster had gotten up onto the table, so that he was basically at eye level with Yuya. What's your name, anyway? Yuya realized he hadn't introduced himself yet. Yuya. Yuya Kuroki. Yuya. Grim frowned. That's a tough one. I'm just gonna call you You. Rejoice, You. Super genius and future amazing mage Grimm's decided to make you his henchhuman. He thrust his chest out in a show of extreme confidence. The white fur there was fluffy and looked soft to the touch. He seemed so pleased with himself that Yuya couldn't bring himself to be annoyed at this absurd declaration and simply laughed instead. Grim was selfish and reckless, but he was also forthright. Yuya felt like he was right to rely on this little monster and his magic ability. It emboldened him somehow, and he suspected his new roommate would be coming to his rescue again and again. Thanks. He extended a hand to shake just as he had with Crowley. When he gripped Grim's small paw, the tips of the sharp claws grazed his palm. He startled a little, but they didn't scratch him, and the soft paw pads felt nice in his hand. Yaha! Grim flashed his teeth. Okay then, hand over the grub this second. Classic Grim. And that ends chapter 3. How are y'all feeling? Y'all enjoying the story so far? I need to take a water break. I think it's quite fascinating. There's so many little details and so many other things. Like, now we know that Crowley has been head mage for 100 years. Would never have guessed that. Would never have guessed that in a million years. So I guess he has to be at least 100. That's kind of fun. Deputy House Warden's kind of fun. The ghosts are pretty cool. Yeah, I do also feel bad for Yuya as well. Like, this is really just taking advantage of a very desperate person at a very desperate point in their life for them to, do all this stuff. And Crowley, I know, knows it. And it is quite nice of him in a way to be doing what he's doing. But also, it is technically, I guess, his or the school's fault. So, like, you can't let him freeload, but you also don't need to work him to the bone. In a moldy house, no less. Like, the mold would kill me before anything else did. Like, the ghosts wouldn't have to turn me into a ghost, the mold would do that. Oh my. Surprise, I see. Oh no, you're totally fine. But... True. Yeah, I mean, Grim seems like way more tolerable in a really weird way in the novel so far compared to how he was in the game. Like, I'm already kind of liking him, and I feel like maybe that's because I know who he is. So it's more endearing now, like reading back through, but I don't know, he's quite fun. Okay. Shall we continue onwards into chapter 4? He heard laughter and voices echoing around him. Morning, said a student. Good morning, said another student. A blackboard white with chalk dust, a clock with a slightly warped second hand, bulletin board, posts faded into the sunlight. The gentle morning light shining hazily on familiar sights. Yuya was standing in the doorway of a school classroom. A student near the window looked at the desk beside him. That had been Yuya's desk since the start of the school 6 months earlier. Isn't someone missing? The student asked, frowning slightly. The other students around him quizzically cocked their heads to one side. Their eyes surveyed the classroom and they all slid past Yuya. No one could see him. You think? Someone asked. Maybe it's just you, another guessed. There wasn't anything malicious with his classmates' reactions. They were simply confused. Huh, maybe. Guess that was weird. Sorry. The boy in the seat next to Yuya scratched his head, frowned, and then quickly moved on. Did you do the reading? Nah, no time. I had practice. Someone let me look at their notes. Friends chatted freely and not a single person noticed that Yuya was not there with them. It wasn't just that he had been forgotten. It seemed as though they hadn't ever known a student named Yuya Kuroki in the first place. The bell rang and his classmates took their seats one after another. Yuya's vacant seat was the only quiet spot in the bustling morning classroom. He felt no sadness or indignation. He was simply deeply, powerfully relieved. This was good. It was better this way. That's exactly what he wanted. After all, he'd always... A voice loud enough to shake the world around Yuya woke him. He rubbed sleepy eyes, wondering what it could have been as he looked around at the fireplace, the shredded curtains, and the shabby, battered room illuminated by white sunlight. Right, I'm not at home. The previous evening, he'd been suddenly overwhelmed by exhaustion after eating the meal he'd miraculously kept Grim from snatching away. With no energy left for cleaning any of the other rooms, he'd not so much fallen asleep as lost consciousness on the lounge sofa. Before the details of his dream had the chance to sink in, someone was slapping his arm and chasing them away. He looked to one side, and Grim was standing there, glaring at him. You, up and at 'em! Morning, Yuya said, looking at Grim with bleary eyes. What's wrong? Morning. He froze at the sound of this low voice. It wasn't Grim's, and it definitely wasn't his own. Yuya glanced up to see the ghosts they had supposedly chased away the night before floating above him. Yeah! He fell off the sofa in surprise, and a cloud of dust puffed up around him. He coughed and choked while the ghost laughed. Hee. The head mage told us you're gonna be living here, said the ghost. So that means you're our new pals. Terrific, another chimed in. Who are you calling a pal? Grim grumbled, glaring at the ghost. Why'd you come back anyway? You want some more of what I gave you yesterday? No, you young folks are always raring for a fight, one of the ghosts said. Calm down and listen. Yuya got up and brushed the dust off his clothes as the ghost watched. You okay? One of them asked. I'm okay, Yuya said, standing next to Grim, who was on high alert. When the ghost had assaulted Yuya the day before, it had been dark, and he had truly felt like his life might be in danger. He felt none of the fear now as he faced the ghost floating before him. Perhaps this was just because of the warm sun shining into the room, or maybe it was due to the ghosts all grinning happily, unlike they had been during the encounter yesterday. He took a moment to really look at them. One was puffed up like some sort of soft marshmallow, while another was bone thin, and the third looked like a little snowball. All three were wearing silk hats and cloaks and floating in the middle of the sunny lounge as if they were frolicking at the beach in summer. Sorry about yesterday, we were just playing a little prank. Never dreamed we'd scare you like that, said one. Yeah, exactly, you were so scared, the next added. Real nice work on our part, chimed in the third. I was not freaked out at all, Grim snarled as he leapt at them, but they bobbled away to dodge him easily. This infuriated Grim, and the ghosts taunted him one after the other, laughing playfully, clearly enjoying their little trick. Look, we really love the way you two get all worked up, the one ghost said, placatingly. Come on, let's just be friends, okay? Yuya pressed a hand over Grim's mouth, certain that balls of fire would only make everything worse, and bowed his head to his elders. We'd love that. He refused to let this spiral out of control, not when he had just woken up. Though, now that he thought about it, what time is it? The hands on the clock hanging on the wall were pointing at the same time they had been the previous night, obviously stopped. The ghosts immediately began to whirl around in a panic. You gotta get ready and go to work right now. The headmaid sent a message asking you to clean up Main Street today. He also said, please no big brouhaha. Uh-huh. Yuya quickly made himself presentable and left the decrepit dorm with the ghosts. They were surprisingly full of life in the morning sun as they showed Yuya and Grim the way to Main Street. Dust glittered and sparkled inside their semi-transparent bodies, making them seem simultaneously delighted and mysterious as smoke on a dark stage. They passed a number of buildings until they reached a wide road. This is Main Street, one of the ghosts told them. Everyone takes this road to school. You gotta clean it real nice with your broom and mop so that new students can enjoy the walk on their first day of classes. Well, okay, we're gonna head out on our morning walk, said another. You boys get in there and get the job done. Hee hee hee. The ghosts faded away like morning dew, leaving only their laughter behind. I can't believe they just showed us the way and disappeared, Yuya murmured, staring at the space where the ghosts had been. Get the job done? Are you for real? Look at how long this road is, Grim said as he pointed, looking supremely annoyed. Cobblestones stretched out before them. The road was wide enough that 3 of Yuya could have lain comfortably side by side. There was a bend about 10 meters from where they stood, and the road kept going beyond that with no end in sight. It would probably take them several hours just to clear away the garbage that hadn't fallen leaves with a broom. The sides of the road were lined with large stone statues, and the school sat behind them. 4 on the left, 3 on the right. The stone was smooth and shining. How many years had these statues stood facing one another, polished by unknown caretakers? They were clearly old and well cared for. I ran across these guys in the rain yesterday, Grim remarked. Kinda surprised me. Yuya had felt the same way when he had been walking with Crowley the night before. Whatever else, these statues were obviously not molded after human beings. He had passed by them on tenterhooks, worried that these monsters might start moving at any second. Whoa, who are they anyway? Grim stared up at the 3 statues standing on one side of the road. Check it out! This lady here looks like she's got some real anger management issues. He tossed the bucket and rag the ghosts had given him to one side of the road and mimicked the pose of the statue closest to the school building. Yuya frowned. Ghost aside, they needed to do the job Crowley had given them. He really didn't want to disappoint the headmage on their first day and get thrown off campus. He picked up the bucket and was holding it out to Grim, thinking they could talk and clean at the same time, when he heard a voice from behind him asking, "You don't know who the Queen of Hearts?" Huh? Yuya and Grim gasped as they whirled around. A rich orange leaped into their field of view. A boy with vivid terracotta hair was standing before them. He was either the same age or a little older than Yuya and had a red heart painted over his left eye. Who are you? Grim crossed his arm and glared. Sup, nice to meet ya, the boy said as he gave Grim a snap and a wink. He seemed to be doing this out of habit rather than actual enthusiasm. Name's Ace Tripolo. I'm a first-year student here as of today. Pleased to meet ya. I'm Grim. I'm a prodigy who's planning to be like the greatest mage who ever lived. That there's my far less interesting henchwoman. I'm Yuya Kuroki. Nice to meet you, Yuya stammered. From what Crowley had told him, the majority of the first years starting at Night Raven College were 16 years old, which meant Ace was likely the same age as Yuya. He let his eyes roam, feeling a bit awkward. Ace looked at him curiously. Yuya? Name's got an odd ring to it. Both the headmage and Grim had said that Yuya's name was hard to pronounce. Maybe Japanese names sounded weird in this world. Yu's just fine, though, Grim told Ace, and Yuya nodded in agreement. Things would go a lot easier if he just introduced himself like that from now on. So then, Ace, you need something from us? Oh, Ace chuckled. I was surprised there's anyone who doesn't know the Queen of Hearts, is all. Is she that big of a deal, this Queen of Hearts? Yuya asked. Yeah, totally. The corners of Ace's mouth shot up. She was this queen who used to live in a maze of roses way back in the day. She was seriously strict and kind of obsessed with rules. She couldn't stand anything being out of order, not the procession of the cards that served her, and definitely not the color of the palace roses. He looked up at the statue of the Queen of Hearts with Yuya and Grim. She had a crown on her head and a heart-shaped hand fan in her right hand. 2 fingers lifted the hem of her gown, and she held her head high, looking pleased with herself. As Grim had noted, the look on her face was haughty and strong-willed. She basically ruled over a kingdom of a real bunch of weirdos, Ace said. But not one of them dared defy her. How come? Yuya asked, and Ace grinned at him, as if he'd been waiting for this question. Because the punishment for breaking the rules was your whole head, he told them with a smirk. That's seriously messed up, Grim cried, and Yuya shuddered alongside him. Yeah, Ace replied nonchalantly. I think it's cool. I'm a big fan. I mean, nobody's gonna follow a queen who's nice all the time, you know? I guess so. Grim shifted his gaze to the other 2 statues on the side of the road with the Queen of Hearts. He pointed to one of them. Okay, then what about this lion with the scar on his eye there? He's as famous as the queen? Natch, Ace said. That there's the king of beasts, ruler of the vast savannah. Well, I say king, but he wasn't actually born onto the throne. He had to earn it with a bunch of elaborate schemes. So the lion with the scar over his left eye was called the king of beasts. He stood proudly with his magnificent mane held high and his sharp eyes shining with intelligence. He had clearly been a great ruler. I guess after he became king, he decreed that the hyenas wouldn't be pariahs anymore. He said they should live among his subjects as equals, Ace explained. Huh? Grim frowned. Why would he do that? Maybe he could look past status and all that stuff because he hadn't been born royal himself, Ace said. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, when you put it like that, he's kinda rock and roll. Grim stood a little taller and set a hand on the pedestal of the stone statue in between the Queen of Hearts and King of Beasts. So then who's this old lady with the octopus legs? Just as Grim noted, the lower half of this statue had the limbs of an octopus in place of human legs. That's the Sea Witch. She lived in an underwater grotto. Ace looked up at the statue with the twisting legs covered in round suckers. She basically devoted her life to making sad merfolk happy, a real compassionate lady. If they were willing to pay the price, she'd help them change how they looked, find love, whatever. He pointed at the piece of paper in her right hand. That thing there's a contract. Her mouth was marked with a beauty spot and stretched out in a wide, generous smile that went nicely with this tale of a compassionate heart doing whatever it took to save merfolk. Although they say the price for all that power was a teensy bit high, Ace continued. But I mean, you're talking about granting wishes here, so it's only natural you'd have to pay. Nice! Grim gazed up at the statue, a dreamy look on his face. I want to be a great mage already too, so I can start raking in the dough, and then I'm gonna eat my fill of canned tuna every day. Haha, sounds like a plan, Ace laughed. You gotta dream big, you know? Quite pleased, Grim skipped over to the opposite side of the street. Oh ho ho! Do the dude with the big hat next. That's the Sorcerer of the Sands. Ace looked up at the statue of a slim man alongside Grim. He was an advisor to a total dolt of a sultan. One time, there was this guy who presented to be a prince from some other country to trick the princess, and the one who exposed this swindler was none other than the sorcerer here. The Sorcerer of the Sands held a staff shaped like a snake in his slender fingers, and wore a hat with a feather adorning it, and a long cape flowing down his back. He stood with one hand on his hip, looking thoughtful and majestic. Yuya was impressed. An advisor who had saved the nation from disaster, he must have been a wonderful and capable person. The Sorcerer of the Sands had to have been an excellent judge of character then, huh? He said. Probably, Ace agreed. Plus, after that, he got this magic lamp that everyone thought was only a legend, and he became the greatest sorcerer in the world. They say he used the power to become the Sultan himself. Yeah, real sorcerers can do pretty much anything. Grim held his head high, as proud as if he were the Sultan, before pestering Ace to explain the next statue to him. What about this beauty over here? She's a queen who was said to be the fairest in all the land, Ace told him. Yuya looked at the statue closest to the main school building. Just as Ace had said, the queen's stone statue was so beautiful it made his heart pound a little faster. Even in statue form, she shone brightly, and Yuya would have been too overwhelmed to even meet her eyes if faced with the actual person. She wore a large crown and held the stem of a melting apple between two fingers. She used her magic mirror to check how her beauty ranked every day, Ace continued, and she'd do whatever it took to make sure she stayed number one. Like, sure, she was naturally beautiful, but she was also always working hard to stay on top. I mean, that's dedication, you know? She must have been incredibly focused, Yuya replied. Seems like a country ruled by a queen like her would be a pretty peaceful place to live. On top of that, Ace said, lowering his voice slightly, not only was this total hottie gorgeous, but she was a master of making poisons. Poisons? Grim gasped, taking a step back from the statue. Now we're in Scary Town. Well, poison and medicine are flip sides of the same coin, Ace shrugged. And maybe she learned that stuff so she can make herself even more beautiful. I mean, she'd go that far for her beauty. Gotta respect the hustle. True, peeps with that kind of drive are pretty cool, Grim sounded excited. Ace's stories about these giants of history were clearly inspiring his own already grand ambitions. Yuya was also really enjoying hearing the tales behind these statues. The strange little anecdotes took root in his mind thanks to Ace's storytelling prowess. The way he slipped into jokes and kept the story moving along demonstrated an eloquence beyond his years. Was he really the same age as Yuya? Plus, he was surprisingly good-natured, answering Yuya and Grim's questions without a hint of ill will or frustration, so Yuya found himself warming up to the other boy. Perhaps feeling his eyes on him, Ace met Yuya's gaze and grinned. He was so cheerful. There were still 2 statues left unexplained. Grim stopped in front of one of them. Whoa, he cried. This guy's head's on fire. He's freaky just to look at. Yep, Ace nodded. That's the king of the underworld. His frightening name was well deserved, the statue of a man with razor-like teeth who was smiling ferociously as the flames danced upon his long, sharp fingernail. He ruled a kingdom crawling with evil spirits, a real powerful dude. And yeah, he maybe does look kinda scary. Ace glanced up at the statue. But he was a straight shooter who worked super hard at the job he never even asked for without ever taking a day off. Cerberus, the Hydra, and the Titans, they all took orders from this guy right here. The Titans? Yuya frowned, confused. You don't know them? Ace asked. Cerberus, the Hydra, and the Titans were these monsters back in the day. All huge and super strong. The king of the underworld had to have been something pretty special to have guys like that obeying his every word, you know? If he was so amazing, he should have just forced some other guy to do all that boring work, Grim sniffled. I totally would have. But don't you think that he's even cooler for not doing that? Ace asked. He went in and got the job done. His respect for the ancient king came through loud and clear, and although Grim still looked dubious, he seemed nonetheless impressed. Pretty great group, huh? He said, doing all that amazing stuff. He shifted his eyes from statue to statue as he walked alongside Yuya and Ace until they reached the last of the stone idols, standing in between the beautiful queen and the sorcerer of the stands. This one with the horns is the last one, he asked. Who's this? That's the Thorn Fairy, who lived on a mystical mountain, Ace said. She had 2 large, conspicuous horns sprouting out of her head. At her feet was a statue of a wild rose bush covered in thorns. She was noble and elegant and a master of magic and curses. Even by the standards of these 7, Ace told them. She commanded storms, then covered the entire kingdom in thorns. The scale of the Thorn Fairy's magic was seriously bananas. The other 6 had possessed unprecedented magical powers, but the Thorn Fairy was clearly on an entirely different level. Grim's eyes grew wide in amazement. And that's not all, dude, Ace said playfully. Listen to this. She could also turn herself into an enormous dragon. A dragon? Yuya stared in disbelief. You mean like in fairy tales and stuff? What, all monsters yearn to be, Grim exclaimed. As Yuya looked up at the statue once more, he could feel the grace and refinement of the Thorn Fairy. She held a long, thin staff with a spear on one end and was clad in a robe with a high collar. Yuya got the impression that the simplicity of her dress was in fact a display of her immense power. The greatest mages to ever exist, Ace sighed. The Academy considers these so-called Great Seven to be so important that they built these statues of them and everything. Text singing their praises was inscribed on each of the pedestals of these 7 statues. On the Queen of Hearts pedestal it read, "A queen who ruled over a maze of roses and brought the rule of law to a chaotic kingdom. Under her strict leadership, no rose was off color, nor was any playing card soldier out of step." For the King of Beasts, we have, through grit and determination, this King of Beasts overcame his lesser claims of succession to rule over vast savannas. He sought equality for all creatures, even those once banished from his realm. Next up, we have the Sea Witch with a compassionate sea witch who dwelled in a grotto deep beneath the waves. To repent for past misdeeds, she devoted herself to helping troubled souls, guiding even seemingly hopeless romances to a true happy ending. The Sorcerer of the Sands has a wise sorcerer of a desert kingdom who used his keen insight to obtain a magic lamp that granted him great power. He supported his king by regularly offering carefully considered words of advice. The fairest queen of all, and one who was always diligently striving to better herself. She utilized the powerful magic at her command to tirelessly pursue her ideals. The King of the Underworld, the Lord of the Underworld, and guide to the wandering souls of the dead. He carried out his fearsome duties with diligence and care, motivating even the defiant to offer their aid. And last but not least, we have the Thorn Fairy, a fairy who reigned over a mystical mountain, wielding magical powers that included mastery over storms and thorns. Proud and refined, she cherished solitude even as she commanded her countless minions. The Great Seven, Yuya said out loud as a chilly pit opened in his stomach. Grimm's eyes were shining, but Yuya felt more fear than admiration. Now that he thought about it, he was pretty sure one of his nursery school teachers had read him a picture book featuring a fairy tale about a woman talking into a magic mirror. The history of the beautiful queen sounded a bit like that fairy tale. He couldn't remember the details now, but regardless, the story Ace had just told him was no myth. In this world, it really had happened. But the feats of these magicians were preposterous. The 7 sorcerers were so powerful, they were deemed special even in this world filled with magic. Yuya couldn't begin to imagine how great their power must have been. As he shuddered in something like terror, Grim danced around happily. Lucky! I'm so jealous, I can't wait for my statue to get built as a tribute to my might. Pretty cool, huh? Ace said. Then suddenly his voice changed and was extremely cold and full of malice. Not like some piddling weasel. Huh? Yuya looked over at Ace, who was convulsing with a hand over his mouth. Ace, what's wrong? Ace burst into laughter, doubling over. I can't hold it back anymore. It's too funny, I can't breathe. His laughter gradually grew louder and wilder. Yuya and Grim stared at him stunned until finally he wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and looked at them. Come on, you're the ones who turned orientation into a fiasco yesterday, right? The charming boy of only moments earlier was nowhere to be found. His bright, friendly smile was more of a sneer, and the flesh of his round cheeks pushed his eyes up, distorting the heart drawn around his eye. You two seriously stand out. Ace held up a finger and pointed first at Yuya. A total normie, the perfect punchline for a disappointing joke. Every eye in the school focused on him, and he can't even use a drop of magic. He turned to Grim. A monster who wasn't even summoned by the Dark Mirror in the first place but crashed orientation anyway and got beaten to a pulp by the house warden. He pointedly looked them over from head to toe before his lips curled into a smile that didn't touch the harsh gleam of his red eyes. You're perfect for each other. Every time Ace blinked, he sent sparks of hostility flying through the air, burning the tip of Yuya's nose. The malice spilling from the other boy was so powerful, Yuya could practically hear it crackling in the air. Stunned into speechlessness, he staggered backwards and his feet caught on something. Grim. The monster's tail was standing on end, an arrow pointing up to the sky. "Oh, what are—" Grim stammered, seemingly as surprised as Yuya. "You don't gotta be a jerk, coming at us all of a sudden like this." "It's not all of a sudden, dude," Ace smirked. "The look on your face when they picked you up and tossed you out was hilarious. It took everything I had not to burst into laughter in the middle of the ceremony." He dropped his gaze to the broom and bucket in Yuya's hands. "What, neither of you got admitted, and now you're janitors? Pretty sad." "Shut up, you!" Grim shouted, enraged, the pupils of his eyes expanding, while Ace roared with laughter. "I'm going to be a student at the school in no time." "Nuh-uh, no way." Ace shook his head firmly. "Before you try getting into the academy again, maybe you should try taking another crack at kindergarten. I mean, you're both so clueless you don't even know who the Great Seven are. Not a one of them." Yuya watched the exchange, despairing. If you got one word in against Ace, he would repay the favor tenfold. Yuya couldn't remember them, or couldn't see them winning this, or any other argument against the boy with the heart around his eye. Grim stomped on the ground in frustration and beat at Yuya's thighs. "Hey, you! Don't just stand there! Give this jerk what for!" "Huh? Me?" Oh, Yuya panicked. What?" Ace deftly arched an eyebrow and leaned in close. "If you got something to say, it's a free country, you know." Yuya opened trembling lips. He could tell that Ace was laughing at him, almost daring him to do something. "Hilarious. Go ahead and speak then," the cherry-red eyes said with a challenging glint. Yuya's mind went blank, and before he knew it, he was shaking his head. "I'm good." "Huh?" Ace frowned at him. "The whole disaster at orientation, me being a disappointment," Yuya smiled and tried to brush it all off. "Honestly, I think it's just as you said, Ace." "Seriously? Come on, man. Don't you have any pride?" Ace snorted indignantly. "Geez, you're a total bore." The smirk slid off his face as he clasped his hands behind his head, apparently losing interest now that Yuya wasn't reacting as expected. "Anyway, I only started talking to you in the first place because I wanted to tease you a bit. But I'm sick of that now. I'll just let you get back to picking up trash with your little monster friend." Yuya bobbed his head up and down and turned away from Ace and the cold look on his face. All he wanted to do was get as far away from this place and this moment as he could. "Come on, let's go," he muttered and gave Grim a push. But the monster swatted his hand away, exclaiming, "Nyah-huh! You ain't walking away from me." He leapt out in front of Ace, stomach puffed up. Yuya didn't even have the chance to shout a warning at Ace before flames were shooting from Grim's mouth. Whoa, Ace dodged the ball of fire in a nick of time. The cobblestones at his feet smoked and smoldered. "What are you doing?" "No one makes fun of Grim, Master of Fire," Grim snarled. "I'll show you who's the boss here." "Ha!" Ace snorted. "You want to throw down with me, shorty?" Yuya heard whispers and murmured chatter and looked around. The students trickling towards the school were stopping and staring curiously. "Huh? Isn't that the monster they caught yesterday?" said the student. "What's going on? A fight against a first year?" asked another. "Oh, sweet, get him!" The students began jeering and cheering all around. "Hey, behind the statue there, it's that guy. What's his name?" Yuya flushed when the crowd started talking about him. The chanting grew increasingly loud. "You can't do this." He tried to get Grim and Ace to cool down. "The head mage told us not to cause any trouble." "Shut it!" Grim didn't even look back at him. "This rudo needs a lesson in manners." "You need to go back to school before you can start teaching." "Anything, weasel." Ace pulled something out of his pocket of the school uniform he was wearing. It glittered in the morning sun. At first, Yuya thought it was a wand, but it was way too short. He frowned. "A pen?" Ace held a capped black pen with a large gem attached to the top. When he brandished it over his head, the red stone began to shine as if in response to its wielder. Yuya felt like he'd seen something like it before. When he poked around in his memory, he realized that whatever riddle had held in his hand the other day before had glittered in the same way. Grim spewed another ball of fire, but a gust of wind shot forth from the shining stone and knocked the flames off course before they came anywhere near Ace. The ball of fire flew off toward the crowd of onlookers instead, who screamed and laughed in equal parts. Huh? Grim was surprised and cast his fire spell 3 more times, but the result was the same each time. A sudden gust would blow up from one side or form another, or below, whichever direction Ace's pen happened to move, and kept the flames from reaching their target. When Ace was left untouched by even a stray spark, Yuya was forced to a single conclusion. Ace could control the wind. The students watching in the crowd around them seemed to take all this in stride, unsurprised by the little show. It seemed you could use magic to generate wind as well as fire. Aw, can't hit me with your little fireballs. Ace flashed them a confident grin and turned his pen towards Grim. Take that! A powerful blast of air slammed into the monster and put out his fire. The force of it knocked him down and sent him tumbling across the cobblestones like a fallen acorn. Yeah, how dare you mess with my magic! Grim pulled himself up off the ground and braced on all fours. Get ready to eat fire! That's the only trick you know, Shorty, Ace taunted and waving his pen. Flames shot forth, air currents jetted past, and Yuya gasped in shock and horror at the new trajectory of Grim's ball of flames. It was headed straight for the statues of the 7. Yikes, hold up, Ace cried, reaching out a helpless hand. Ah, no! The flames slammed into the Queen of Hearts and engulfed the entire statue in the blink of an eye, as the crowd of students watched, stunned. No way, came a shocked murmur from somewhere. This is maybe very bad? Yuya yelled in a panic. Yeah, this is a maybe very bad. I agree. Grim leapt up. It's not my fault. Ace did it. It's his fault for using wind magic. It's your fault. You were the one who used the fire magic, Ace shouted. Triple yikes if the teachers hear about this. Come now. What's all the commotion here? Yuya turned around at the sound of a familiar voice. Yeah, somebody in the crowd cried. It's the head mage. Crap, run. The students scattered like frightened rabbits. Ace tried to blend in among them and flee, but he was quickly bound by magic alongside Grim. Perhaps because the pen in his hand had attracted the censure of the head mage. Crowley waved his staff, the flames vanished, and the charred Queen of Hearts appeared. The tips of her crown crumbled and fell to the ground, ruined by the intense heat of Grim's flames. The head mage staggered back dramatically at the back of one hand pressed to his forehead. Oh no! He literally is doing the most dramatic thing he could possibly do. Staggering back with the hand on his forehead. Oh my. It can't be, he moaned. To think that our academy could house a student who would destroy the magnificent statues of the Great 7. No, see, you've got it all wrong, Ace pleaded as he desperately shook his head, the only part of him that he could move. It was a teeny little accident, and I mean, it was totally the monster's fault. I will not tolerate excuses, Crowley barked. State your name and grade. Ace looked anywhere but the head mage. There's no point in trying to deceive me. Ace sighed in resignation. First year, Class A, Ace Tripola. Ace Tripola, is it? Crowley turned his eyes to the red and black ribbon tied around Ace's left arm. From the suit painted on your face and the band around your arm, it seems that you are a member of Heartslabyul dorm, It's almost as if you were hoping to be expelled, getting yourself involved in such a serious incident so soon after starting here. Please, have mercy. Oh, yikes, Grim winced exaggeratedly. Not a good look, dude. My words are also directed at you, Grim, Crowley thundered, and his tough love magic tightened around the monster. Grim yelped. And you, the head mage turned his stern eyes on Yuya. You were specifically told to keep him under control, and yet this precious statue met such a terrible fate. How could you do this? Oh no. I know, sir. Yuya hung his head. I'm sorry. Honestly, Crowley looked at the contrite group and let out a sigh. I do hope you have reflected on your actions and feel appropriately remorseful. I am, Ace and Grim both muttered reluctantly. Are you truly remorseful? He asked them, a harsh note in his voice, and this time Yuya joined in. I am, all three of them chimed. Very well, Crowley nodded, satisfied. Since I am incredibly benevolent, I shall forgive you just this once, after you clean 100 windows as penance. Huh? Ace stared at the head mage in surprise. Clean 100 windows? Does that mean me too? Naturally, Crowley replied as he freed them from their magical bonds. I expect you to have class to attend now, Trapola, so we will defer this punishment until after school. Once classes are over, I expect the three of you to be good little boys and clean those windows together. Am I understood? Yes, sir, Ace replied weakly as he stood up and brushed the dirt off of his uniform. He twirled the pen in his hand and stared at it before nodding as if something made sense to him now. He stuffed the pen back into his pocket. Why did I have to? And he grumbled as he headed towards the school. Crowley watched him around the bend on Main Street and disappeared from sight before picking Grim up by the scruff of his neck and holding him out to Yuya. You and Grim are to fulfill your janitorial duties, he said, and then he held up a finger. As per my previous instructions, you will clean the campus now and later wash 100 windows with Ace. Quite a busy day of tidying for you, it seems. First yesterday and now today? You got it in for us or what? Grim protested. Yuya wanted to lodge the same complaint, but he stopped himself with a sigh. He wasn't going to have any extra time to do research in the library after all. Finding the world he came from was going to have to wait a little longer, it seemed. As soon as Crowley was gone, the ghosts came flying over. The head mage got really mad at us, you know, one told them ruefully. Said we can't be leaving you all on your own when you just only got here. Sorry about that, another continued. We never dreamed you'd be this bad at being janitors. I mean, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Oh my. What are you so angry about? The ghosts. Oh, wait, hold on. My bad. I'm not bad at it, Grim growled. I mean, I'm not a janitor. What are you so angry about? The ghost asked, and Grim thrust up a fist into the air. That mouthy jerk Ace was talking like I'm some kind of failure, he complained. Oh, is that it? The ghosts glanced at each other and chuckled. Well, I gotta be honest here. It's no wonder. I mean, you guys are famous. You were the stars of the orientation yesterday and everything, one of the ghosts said. Ran into some of the school ghosts earlier and they couldn't stop blabbing about you. So we got a couple of real live ones this year, said another. And the paintings kept boasting like I talked to that lost guy first, and I scared him first. We got him beat by a mile, though. We're your roommates. So people are talking about that then. Yuya's hands suddenly felt heavy around the broom handle, and his shoulders slumped. Abruptly, Grim slapped his leg and Yuya jumped. Ow, what? Why didn't you say anything back to that stupid Ace? Grim demanded. Standing on an upside-down bucket, arms crossed, he was just barely within striking distance of Yu's head and shoulders. But the eyes glaring up at him were nonetheless fierce. That stuff he said to you was real awful, but you just grinned like an idiot. He even made fun of me 'cause of you. Should have socked that guy right in the kisser. Socked? Yuya stared at Grim in disbelief. You can't just go around punching people. What? Grim held up his fists, ducking and weaving. Coward. Now, the ghost said placatingly. Didn't the head mage tell you to quit making trouble? Grim gritted his teeth and stamped his feet, and the metal bucket beneath him wobbled and clanged against the ground. The violent sound seemed to give voice to his extreme annoyance and vexation at having lost the argument with Ace. Yuya frowned while the ghost bobbed around them. "But you know, Hugh," one of them said, "you're never gonna make it like that." Huh? Yuya shifted his gaze from Grim to the ghosts. "All we're saying is nice guys don't got no chance at this here school," another explained. "The head mage didn't tell you?" a third continued. "Night Raven's the top arcane academy in all of Twisted Wonderland. Study all you want, but it doesn't mean you even got a chance of getting through those gates. You get that letter of acceptance, and then the black carriage rolls up at your door. You have to have magic for that. Real special magic, you see?" "So why does that mean I'm never going to make it here?" Yuya asked, and the ghost cackled hysterically. "This one's a dim bulb, huh?" the first ghost asked. "The thing is, kid, these kids are a proud bunch. Ya get me?" the second one said. "Trust me," added another. "We've been keeping watch over this school for so long I can't even remember. So we know." The ghosts were strangely persuasive, and Yuya was reminded of Riddle's behavior the previous day. He'd been almost brimming with pride, and everyone else had taken this in stride, acting as though it were totally normal. About the only thing any of them believe in is their own power. They don't trust nothing else, and they accept other people are the same. If I were being nice, I'd say they're determined to stand on their own 2 feet. And if I weren't being nice, well, they don't really care about anyone. Every once in a blue moon, you see a kid who's not like that, but the ghost shrugged. As a rule of thumb, you better not expect anyone to come digging you out if you get into a jam. Especially anyone from a different dorm. These kids are pretty territorial, you know. Extra hard on your outsiders. Yeah, that. You wouldn't believe the fights we've seen. Although, you know, we never saw anyone get the Great Seven on fire before. The ghosts laughed all at once. Territorial fights, hard on outsiders, Yuya grew pale. So, he paused to pull together his thoughts. "You mean magic is something special even here in this world?" "Depends on the species." The ghost looked Yuya over and thought for a moment. "I guess, right, humans like you, maybe 1 in 10 can use magic. And most of them, they can basically move a cup onto a table or light a fire without a match. Real small tasks. It's a rare one who's got enough magic to get into Night Raven College." Surprised, Yuya looked over at Grim. The monster was still on top of the bucket, head thrown back in an extremely smug fashion. Ever since he'd first encountered Grim the day before, he'd felt like he was pretty full of himself, and now it all clicked into place. It was probably the magic and Grim's obvious command of it. Monsters and humans no doubt lived different lives, but even still, setting the large mirror chamber ablaze wasn't normal for this world either. Yuya understood on a keenly painful level how powerful the students of this place were, given that they had simply stood back and watched the whole thing unfold with amusement. You do whatever you're told, like the good little boy, and you won't last a week here. Even more so since you can't use magic. These kids will be extra hard on you. You can be sure of that, the ghost continued. Push comes to shove, you gotta let 'em have it. Don't worry, sure you ain't got no magic, but you got fists at least. Right, yeah, Grim cheered. Next time we see that Ace, we'll beat 'em black and blue. No, I don't think that that's what you want to do. I guess that's a way to assert dominance, but I don't know. Nice, the ghosts grinned at each other. You just gotta, for real, you gotta. No, we don't. I don't think that that's actually gonna help. I can't, Yuya muttered, too quietly for Grim and the ghost to hear in their excitement. I'm not that kind of person. The others looked at him dubiously, perhaps noticing how extremely pale he was. Hey, you big baby, Grim snapped. You can't go giving up before you even get started. I'm not going to get started, Yuya cried. I told you before, I've never been in a fight. Not once in my whole life. Not once? Grim gaped at him. You've really never, ever fought once? Although Grim looked stunned at his confession, Yuya had a harder time wrapping his mind around Grim's perspective of picking fights nonstop, as he had been since the day before. Yuya was bad at confrontation, just the thought of having words with someone caused his heart to leap up into his throat and made it hard to breathe. The anguish he felt at the idea was closer to disgust than pain. Did anyone actually like fighting? It seemed to him that no one in their right mind could honestly enjoy giving themselves up to danger and the general exhaustion of attack. Ace raring for a fight, Grim ready to take him on at the drop of a hat, the crowd of people cheering them on. It all seemed like a bad joke to Yuya. No, 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 Grim shook his head firmly. You can't have never fought once. I mean, how are you even still alive? Grim has a very different perspective on things. The ghosts also wore expressions of surprise on their faces. Come on, you're a teenage boy and all. You must have got into a fight with a friend or something. Yeah, exactly. Another ghost nodded, a dreamy smile on his face. Sweet youth, hot-headed, hot-blooded, picking fights and patching it up, making the best friends even bester. Oh, that's decades behind us now, though, huh? Oh, Yuya turned his eyes to the ground, feeling awkward. I don't really have any friends. A silence fell over both the ghosts and Grim. You don't have any friends? One ghost finally asked. Yuya shook his head. I mean, we might end up fighting, so... Getting close to someone made it more likely that he'd clash with someone, in which case the best thing to do was to keep a reasonable distance from everyone so that he never had a difference of opinion with anyone. He was always hyper-aware of the potential for conflict, which led him to avoid any real connections. This was how intensely afraid he was of quarreling with people, which was why he had never had a true friend, not during high school or any time before that. Isn't that sort of putting the cart before the horse? The ghosts looked at each other incredulously. Unbelievable, but you're so young. It's not like I've met anyone I wanted to be friends with anyway, Yuya told them, unfazed. I just don't want to fight. He didn't have any hobbies, and he wasn't particularly passionate about anything. Plus, the root of all conflict was ambition and desire. If he found something he couldn't let go of, he would no doubt be forced to fight someone to protect that thing. I mean, I don't even like to see fighting, he continued. I get so scared. My heart starts pounding like it's gonna break right through my chest. The only reason they'd managed to chase off the ghost last night was because of Grim. Yuya hadn't been able to do much of anything. Grim had been the one to face them. Yuya was only too aware of that. He had been lucky. Things had just happened to work out yesterday. The best thing was not actually getting into a fight to start with. I'm begging you, Grim, Yuya pleaded. Don't pick any more fights. Please, my life gets shorter just watching. Grim raised a dubious eyebrow at him. Come on, you can't be serious. You're a coward, a weakling. I'm just regular, Yuya cried. Everybody hates fighting. You're the weird one, Grim. Your fuse is way too short. Regular? No one's gonna respect you talking like that. Shape up, human. Say what you want, Yuya replied. This is how I am, so... The ghost watched Yuya and Grim with amusement. But the way you talk with old Grim here, you sound pretty friendly. He gasped. Now that they mentioned it, it was way easier for him to talk with Grim than other people. This was maybe the first time he'd spoken so freely and comfortably with someone outside of his family. Maybe because it doesn't feel like talking with a person? You said? True, a ghost nodded. And he don't look like a person either. So then the two of yous make a good team, huh? Another noted. We're not a team, Grim snarled. He's my henchhuman, a real delicate flower, high-maintenance henchhuman. He sighed heavily in a way that was at odds with his appearance, as if the weight of the world were on his shoulders. He seemed to have entirely forgotten that he himself was the reason that the head mage was angry with them. A bell rang in the distance, no doubt the signal for the start of class, and the ghosts lifted their faces. Whoopsie, we got all carried away chatting, one of them said. Listen, a word of advice since you're gonna be hanging around the academy now. Watch out for them students. Remember, we warned you. Anyway, better get back to work, another said. We're all supposed to head on over there and clean since they gotta do some emergency repairs on the Queen of Hearts here. The ghost pointed an apologetic Yuya toward the castle Ace had disappeared into. He'd passed through it with Crowley the night before the main building of Nightraven College. He walked down Main Street with Grim and the ghosts and climbed the stone steps leading up to the school. There was no hint of the sea air he'd sniffed the day before. Maybe his nose had gotten used to it. A pleasant breeze blew, making Grim's ears flutter gently. Yuya stared up at the gray walls and black roof under the bright sunlight and almost winced at how imposing the building was. The longer he looked at it, the bigger it seemed. According to the ghosts, more than 800 students were enrolled at Nightraven College. This was about the same as, or maybe a little more than, the number of students at Yuya's own school. He was a little surprised that there were so many, since he assumed that such prestigious academy would only admit an elite few. But apparently, this school had 4 grades, one more than Yuya's. It's pretty standard for an arcane academy, the ghost told him. He had heard of high schools on a 4-year system overseas in his world. He figured it was something like that and nodded in understanding as he grew short of breath climbing the long staircase. Although most of the 4th year's field work, another ghost noted, so those guys hardly ever on campus, don't even have rooms at the dorms no more. They're scattered all over the world doing live-in practicums. The ghost sighed. September's always so sad every year. All those goodbyes. Dorm rooms? Grim asked. He stopped and set his bucket down. So the other guys live here too? The ghost nodded. Each dorm has its own special building. What? Grim shouted. I could have been living large instead of in a rundown mess of a building. I hate that ramshackle dorm. The ghost cheered. Ramshackle dorm. Oh, I like it. It has a real charm, one said. Yeah, perfect for our historical home. The ghost laughed. Now that we've got a cool name, our building's number 1. Rent 0, one of the ghosts said. Immediate occupancy, okay. Comes with a yard, furniture, and ghosts. Could do without that last one, Grim grumbled. Ignoring him, one of the ghosts pointed. Take a look behind you. Yuya and Grim both turned around. After climbing all those stairs, they now had an excellent view of the campus. There's the end of Main Street. Those are the main gates. Ghost indicated the large iron gates visible up ahead. They're mostly for guests. The students live on campus, so they don't usually use them. The next ghost pointed much farther to the left. And you see that building with the rounded roof? That's the Hall of Mirrors. It's where they keep the mirrors that lead to the dorms. Mirrors, you parroted. Oh dear, the ghost frowned. You never heard of a mirror? Real useful doodads. You can use them to make yourself look nice, and the extra fancy ones take you to whole different places. No, I know what a mirror is, I think. The dark mirror yesterday had been a surprise for Yuya, and it seemed like it wasn't the only mysterious mirror in this world. The ghost continued to point out different places on campus and give them a brief overview of the facilities. The library, the shop, the greenhouse, a large lawn for sports, and another separate stadium for tournaments. Yuya looked out at it all from his position on the sunny hill and desperately tried to cram this information into his brain. Nightraven College was big and he couldn't go getting lost. He hadn't forgotten the ghost's warning about no one coming to his rescue if he got in trouble. Oh my. We are only on chapter 5. For some reason I thought this was going to be quicker, but it's been so delightful. I love the ghosts. I love the ghosts so much. I love them. Alright. What do y'all say to doing one more chapter? One more chapter tonight, and then we will pick this up another day. Alright, chapter 5. Yuya, Grim, and the ghost got down to business cleaning the buildings that was far larger than he imagined. Art room, music room, cafeteria, lecture halls of various sizes, closets, washrooms. It went on and on. It didn't make any sense. He could only assume that the inside was somehow had more rooms than what he had seen from the outside. Because he had to carry Grim after the monster just stopped moving halfway through the day, he was completely wiped out by the time the last bell rang. I'm so tired, Grim whined, hanging limply over Yuya's shoulder. Let's go home. We can't, Yuya said as he took several deep breaths. We still have to clean the windows, remember? Before his eyes was the door the ghost had led them to, the classroom where Ace supposedly was. You are stupidly serious, henchhuman, Grim told him. Deep down, Yuya also just wanted to go back to Ramshackle Dorm. It would have been so much easier to go home and go to sleep. But when he recalled Crowley's disappointed face, he really couldn't bring himself to go against the headmage's orders. Okay then, the ghost said as they faded out of existence. Play nice with the Heartslabyul kid. Oh my, shall we? Shall we play nice with Ace? Yuya always felt a little nervous going into a classroom. That wasn't his own. He swallowed hard, mustered up his courage, and opened the door. Is Ace Trapola here? He timidly asked the boy standing closest to the doorway. He had shiny, navy-colored hair and a clear, open face. Like Ace, he had a card suit drawn on his right eye, a black spade. Ace? The boy asked, shaking his head. Sorry, I haven't gotten to know everyone by name yet. What's he look like? Yuya thought for a second. He has a heart mark on his face? He's super mean, Grim interjected, sticking out his tongue over Yuya's shoulder. Oh, that guy. The boy nodded, and Yuya wondered which comment had stirred his memory. He already left. He left? Yeah, he was yelling real loud a second ago. Oh wait, there he is. The boy poked his head out of the classroom window, and Yuya followed suit to find a slender figure up ahead in the hallway with hair, a color that melted into the evening sun. It was definitely Ace. Hey man, you got visitors, the boy shouted, and Ace looked back over his shoulder and immediately broke into a run. Classic Ace. Huh? Yuya gasped. Wait, hey, he's trying to ditch us, Grim shouted, and he leapt down from Yuya's shoulder, his hackles up. Stop right there, like it or not, you're coming with us. No way, I'm getting stuck on window duty on the first day of school, Ace yelled as he glanced back at them and waved a genial hand. You two got this. Please and thank you. Enraged, Grim chased after him as the students still at the school peered curiously out into the hallway from their classrooms. Yuya felt dizzy at the thought of another fight like the one from that morning. I gotta do something. We're gonna get in trouble with the head mage again, he moaned. The head mage? The boy with the spade mark yelped as he flinched for some reason. That would be very bad. We have to stop them. Come on. He charged down the hall and Yuya chased after him. The boy pulled out a pen as he ran and muttered to himself, stop them, but how? Body slam, grab their legs, no. Rope, tied them up, nah, or a cage? Maybe then, what shape? You punk, Grim howled at Ace. This time for sure, I'm turning you into charcoal. Please hurry, Yuya begged desperately. Anything if it'll stop them. Yeah, the boy shouted, as if shaking off his doubts. I summon the cauldron! The area around Ace fell into darkness. Hurrah! Ace grunted as he was slammed flat into the ground, crushed beneath a giant black pot that had abruptly dropped out of nowhere to land on top of him. He kicked and flailed, pinned to the spot. Hey, what is this? It weighs a ton. Nyahaha! Grim doubled over laughing. Look at you! You're squashed flat like a frog that got run over by a car. Nyaha! I'm also kind of surprised that his bones aren't broken, but, you know, so it goes. Did you do that? Yuya asked. Yeah, the boy said as he scratched his head awkwardly. I went and pulled the cauldron out again. Thank you so much, you really saved us. It was the least I could do, the boy said. I don't know the whole situation here, but I do know you don't want the head mage getting mad at you. If you don't know what's going on, then you should keep your nose out of it. Ace finally succeeded in crawling out from under the cauldron and glared at Yuya, causing Yuya's heart to stutter. Man, you jerk. 100 windows? You two could have just banged them out for yourselves. I mean, you're the janitors, aren't you? but, we were told to finish it before supper, Yuya mumbled. The head mage might think of an even worse punishment if we don't get all the windows cleaned. You have to wash 100 windows? The spade boy stared at them in disbelief. We only just started school. What could you have possibly done to get punishment like that already? Kind of burned the Queen of Hearts statue a little. Yuya's voice grew quieter with each word until it trailed off entirely. You damaged a statue of the Great Seven? The boy leaped back, stunned. No wonder he flew off the handle at you. After you managed to get into this school, how could you get into trouble on your very first day? Oh, shut up. Ace clicked his tongue. Anyway, who are you again? My name is Deuce Spade. Oh, right. Ace bobbed his head up and down. You're the guy who was all hyped in the dorm yesterday. Deuce sniffed indignantly. You could at least remember your classmates' names. Uh-huh. Hey, Deuce, wasn't it like a page ago where you said that you didn't know your classmates' names? Wasn't it like a page ago? 2 pages ago? Where you were like, I don't remember people's names yet. Anyway. Yeah, message received. Fine, let's go bang out the windows already. Ace sighed loudly. Why is this happening to me? Come on, losers, huh? He whirled his head, looking to either side of Yuya. Where'd that dusty hairball go? Uh-huh. Yuya furrowed his brow as he looked around, too. Hey, you're right, Grim's gone. Came the smug laugh from a ways off. Yuya quickly turned his eyes towards the sound and spotted Grim standing at the end of the hallway, at the top of the stairs. He clicked his tongue at the flabbergasted Yuya. See ya, suckers, he shouted. The whole thing was Ace's fault, so Ace can clean the stupid windows. That little, he used to get me, he used me to get away. Ace growled, slapping Deuce's shoulders. Hey, Juice. Juice? Deuce stared at him confused. You mean me? My name is Deuce. Whatever, help me catch that furball. Why me? Because that dodo there can't use magic, so he's out. Ace rolled his eyes at Yuya. Unless you want the head mage down your throat, it's you and me. Deuce gritted his teeth. Fine. He followed Ace through the hall and disappeared down the stairs, chasing after Grim. Neither boy looked back at Yuya, a clear sign of how utterly useless they considered him. For a second, he wondered if he shouldn't just go back to the dorm by himself, but he was too scared about what might happen if he did. In the end, he simply trailed after the others. Ace and Deuce had cornered Grim in the cafeteria, an enormous space with rows and rows of long tables and chairs. Sunlight poured in through large windows, coloring the hall a warm red. A heavy chandelier overhead shone with an orange light, as if to draw out the twilight. Yuya joined the other 2 boys in staring up at the swinging light fixture. Grim was clinging to the decorative chains. Hairball, Ace yelled. You get down here right now. Not a chance, human, Grim laughed. Come on, catch me if you can. Ghosts in chef hats, Yuya guessed they were cafeteria workers, drifted out of the kitchen into the hall, likely wondering what the ruckus was about. They shuddered and gasped when they saw Grim hanging from the chandelier. Is that the monster everyone's talking about? A ghost gasped. No fair climbing up to where we can't reach you, you coward, Ace yelled. It's just plain smarts, Grim taunted as he turned and waggled his backside at them. You're a bunch of dunces is all. Come down here and say that, Deuce challenged, glaring ferociously and looking like an entirely different person in his anger. Shoot your mouth off while you can, you little weasel, Ace shouted, his mouth trembling with rage as he tightened his grip on his pen. Just wait, I'm gonna knock you into next week. Stop, Yuya managed to squeak, when the boys raised their hands ready to fire their magic at any second. A sternly silent Deuce and an icy cold Ace craned their necks to look at him. What? Stop fighting. That's all he wanted to say, but the words clung to the inside of his throat, and he couldn't push even one out. It felt like he'd swallowed a thin plastic bag, the words crumpling and blocking his airways, nearly suffocating him. Stop fighting. I've had enough of these arguments. Can't you find a better way of doing things? That's what he wanted to tell them, and yet the words refused to come out. While he hesitated, the words grew sodden in his mouth and eventually melted away. Seriously, what? If you've got something to say, then spit it out. As annoyed, Ace rebuked the silent Yuya. If nothing else, waiting for Yuya to speak had seemingly had a calming effect on Ace as he looked at his hand then at Deuce's. He was clearly picturing what would happen if they both let loose the magic indoors at the same time, and it wasn't giving him pause. But, could turn into a whole thing if we went all in with the magic in here. We gotta think of another way to catch Grim. A way to catch Grim, Deuce began muttering to himself again. Catch, catch, catch. We can't reach him. We haven't learned flying magic yet. Catch, wedge, pinch. He jerked his face up with a gasp. That's it! Oh, you come up with something? Ace cried excitedly, looking at Deuce. Hang on. Why are you turning your magical pen on me? Oh, why indeed? I wonder. The shiny black fountain pen Deuce used to cast his magic was thrust squarely at Ace. I'll just throw you up there, he said, matter-of-factly. You know, casually, as one does. What? Ace and Yuya cried out simultaneously. Ace tried to run, but it was too late. His body floated up into the air and flipped upside down. He was helpless to resist like a handkerchief caught on a tree. That is a wild sentence. As well. This was not a good look for him. Put me down, you dodo, he cried. Quit it, for real. Yeah, right. Oh, yes, right, Yuya agreed, panicking. Deuce, you really ought to... Hey-ya! Fighting scream! Deuce tightened his grip on his pen, a serious look on his face. You make sure to grab him. Tight. No, I can't, Ace protested. Stop! Abort! Go! Deuce flung his arm and Ace shot up towards Grim. Wah! Ace screamed, echoed through the cafeteria. Meow! Yowled Grim. A horrible, ear-splitting cacophony drowned out every other sound in the hall. Louder than all of the dishes in that biggest restaurant in town all crashing down onto the floor at the same time. Yuya stood rooted in place, mouth hanging open at the shocking sight before him, so mesmerized that he didn't even think to plug his ears, dizzy in the face of such a giant nightmare. Ace had crashed into the chandelier and shattered it into a million pieces. The chandelier, the ghost chefs were screaming somewhere, though it sounded far off enough through the ringing of Yuya's ears. Feet crunched against the fragments of glass, scattering them and sending them clattering against the floor. Ace marched out of the cloud of dust that accompanied the chandelier's fall from the ceiling and walked over to Yuya and Deuce, rubbing his backside. He was scowling fiercely, but he appeared to be okay. Man, I thought that was the end of me, he said. What were you thinking? Deuce averted his eyes awkwardly as he mumbled, I admit I hadn't considered the landing part. I feel like that's not the only thing you should have considered, sir. Oh man, where's Grim? Yuya asked, glancing around at the pile of glass, but he saw no sign of the monster. Then the gray fur blanket stretched out beneath a chair off to one side caught his eye. Grim must have been knocked down when he flew on into Ace. He ran over and picked him up. Yeah, Grim's mouth hung open loosely and his eyes rolled back in his head. He had been knocked unconscious. Meanwhile, Ace and Deuce were arguing loudly. Idiot, stupid dunce, absolute dodo, Ace howled. It's not like you had any ideas, Ace, Deuce shot back. Having no ideas is way better than having a bizarre idea of throwing an actual person. And like, what are you going to do about that? Ace pointed at the shattered chandelier. If the head mage finds out about this... If I find out about what? Came a voice. All three boys whipped around. Head mage, they gasped. Crowley was standing in the cafeteria doorway, chef ghosts flying around behind him. It seemed they had alerted the head mage to the situation. Boys, what exactly is the meaning of this? The wings attached to Crowley's coat looked as though they were standing on end. You reflexively took a step back at the powerful aura of the wrath hanging over the head mage. It had been one thing after another since he had arrived the day before, and each time Crowley had sighed in exasperation, remembered the facts, and had been surprised by the events, but this was the first time Yuya had seen him so angry. Oh, Crowley's pale lips trembled. The cafeteria chandelier. It's not what it looks like, head mage, Deuce cried, panicked. It wasn't me, Ace interrupted. It was Deuce, and Grim, it was their fault. Quiet, Crowley barked. First you burned the Queen of Hearts statue, and now you destroy this precious chandelier. I can bear it no longer. I have never encountered such terrible students before. He took a deep breath and slammed his staff against the floor. The cold clack echoed throughout the dining hall. I cannot turn a blind eye to this. You are both expelled. What? Ace and Deuce shrieked. You and Grim, Crowley turned to look at them. You are also to leave immediately. No, Yuya gasped, still cradling the unconscious Grim. He'd found a place to live and lost it again in a single day. But before he could start to beg for forgiveness, however, Deuce was racing over to the head mage. Please, please, anything but that, Deuce howled, practically in tears. His face was so scrunched up so that the confident eyebrows that usually made him look so cool and collected were pulled down low, creating an impression of desperation. He looked ready to drop to his knees on the glass-covered floor. I'm begging you, I can't be expelled from the school. I have so much to do here. That is unfortunate, Crowley told him, but you have only yourself to blame for your foolish behavior. I'll pay for the damages if you let me stay, Deuce wailed. Damages? Crowley echoed, miffed. That chandelier is no mere light fixture. It's a magic chandelier. Its candles are powered by a magical energy source, enchanted so that they will burn for eternity. The three boys looked at the object they had broken. Brackets, like the antlers of a deer, stretched out before the large chandelier, embedded with countless bits of brilliant glass, glittering like morning dew. Only moments earlier, the candles had covered the cafeteria in a warm blanket of light. Now, the chandelier was split into two on its axis, a mere shadow of its former glory. It was created for us by a legendary artificer 100 years ago, possibly their finest creation. It was one of the Academy's most prized treasures. Considering its historical value, I would estimate its worth to be no less than 1 billion Thalmarks. 1 billion Thalmarks? Deuce cried. There's no way I can pay that. Were Thalmarks the unit of currency here? Because that is the question we need to be asking right now. Judging from Deuce's reaction and the way that the cold color drained from Ace's face. Okay. Yuya understood that whatever a Thalmark was, 1 billion of them was an enormous sum of money. If they couldn't cover the damages, then he had zero chance of being able to, given that he didn't even own any clothes. He racked his brain frantically, searching for some other solution. Oh, he cried in sudden realization. Right, magic. Can't you fix that with magic or something? Yes, Ace smiled awkwardly. We still hardly know magic at all, but I'm sure with your magical talents, sir, you could snap your fingers and fix it right up. I would expect such talk from you, young Ace, but you also appear to have failed to grasp the boundaries of what magic can and cannot do. Crowley sighed, shaking his head as he pressed his hand into his forehead. Magic is not a panacea. Some things are simply impossible, and any magic carries with it certain risks. Magic is no wishing well. There is there to grant your heart's every desire. Crowley turned his back to the boys and poked at the mountain of chandelier debris with his staff, possibly looking for something amid the glass. Ah, he said sadly, and crouched down. Reverently, he scooped up what he had found and wrapped it in a black handkerchief. Sitting atop the fabric was a gem about the size of a fist, broken clean in half. Behold, this precious mage stone, the figurative heart of any magical artifact, is broken. Without its mage stone, the chandelier is beyond repair. Even if we were to restore its appearance with magic, it could not light up the room the way it once did. Both candle and flame use the mage stone as their source of power. The pale peach stone rolled slightly on the black handkerchief. It must have been quite beautiful in its original state, and the cracks that marred its delicate cut were painful to look at. Magic seemed like the only way to potentially put the two halves back together. And now that Crowley had told them that even magic could not perform that miracle, they were completely out of cards to play. Cripes, Deuce groaned and covered his face with his hands. No, how could this be? After I finally managed to get into Night Raven College, how am I gonna tell my mother? Yuya and Ace were forced into silence. Crowley opened his mouth again abruptly as though something had just occurred to him. Perhaps there was still hope for them. But there may be yet a way, he said. Huh? Deuce yanked his face up. Ace shoved him aside and pressed in on the head mage. What is it? This way of yours. The mage stone that powered the chandelier was excavated from the enchanted mines, Crowley explained. It may be possible to obtain a mage stone with similar properties there. And if we found a new mage stone, Yuya asked hopefully. It would be possible to repair the chandelier, Crowley agreed. I'll go and find one, Deuce declared immediately. But the mines were closed some time ago, the head mage cautioned. There may no longer be any mage stones to find. I'll go and look, and if there's even the slightest chance, Deuce insisted. Ace and Yuya both bobbed their heads up and down. Yuya had absolutely no idea where this mine was or what it would be like, but like Deuce said, if there was even the slightest chance of getting out of this mess, he was willing to take it. Very well then. I will suspend your expulsion for a single day. Crowley held up a finger and repeated, 1 day only. The Dark Mirror will allow you to travel to the enchanted mine instantly. I shall wait until the date changes to see if you are able to return with a replacement. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Deuce said. Please keep in mind, however, Crowley continued, that I will be forced to ask you to leave the academy should you fail to bring me a mage stone. Deuce clenched his hand into a tight fist. Yes, sir, he said through gritted teeth. We will absolutely restore the chandelier. And with that, Chapter 5 concludes, and I feel like that is a lovely stopping point for us tonight for this very first twist story time. Wow! How exciting! So fun! So fun! My goodness. I like the novel. I really do. I find it to be quite delightful. There are a lot more details than I was expecting. And it is so fun to get all the little extra bits in the scenes, like Grimm stomping on the bucket and all that good stuff. I don't have my phone set up to be able to record at the moment, but I can put lessons on my phone and we can keep chatting until it is done. Unless y'all don't care about audio. If y'all are fine with the Heartslabyul music, then I can get the phone set up fine to be on the computer. And then we could do lessons that way. That's totally fine. I just can't do the audio if we do that. Because the audio takes forever to set up, and then I have to do other things. But anyway, yeah, the novel is super fun. I quite enjoy the novel. It's been such a good time. I'm quite delighted by all that has been going on. It's been quite good. It's been quite good. Yeah, I love the ghosts talking to us as well. And the way that they talk about Ramshackle has been so fun. It gives them way more personality, I think, than... okay, well then I shall get it set up then, so that we can do the lessons. We just won't have the audio, and that's fine. But, yeah, I love that. And I love that we get all those extra little bits that I feel like I've been saying so much about. Yeah, no, it's so cool. Oh, interesting. All right, well, that's fine. Anyway. Oh, wait. So, y'all are gonna have to deal with Azul for a hot second because, I put him up here because I wasn't sure if I was gonna have issues. But anyway, we have lessons now. We're all good. It's all fine. It's all good. It's all good. Oh, man. My, oh, my. But yeah, the ghosts talking to us, the fact that we have now some more concrete information on some of the characters. Like, we know roughly how long Crowley has been at the school, which is cool. We know that he's not, like, the head honcho. There's somebody else. I forget who we said. There's, like, a conservator or somebody that's, like, above him. that was interesting to find out. Then we also had the 800 students, right? That was kind of cool. Get something sort more definitive. We get to know that the 4th years don't technically have dorm rooms, which was something that I was unaware of. Like, there's so much lore. there's so much more lore than I was expecting. But I'm delighted that it exists nonetheless. Yeah, my. So do y'all have like a favorite part from the little itty bitty section that we read today? Because I am really, for whatever reason, I am loving the bucket stomping. The Grim bucket stomping. I don't know why. But that is, and the Grim flamethrower. Those I think were so fun. Yeah, I guess he really is the principal. He does have the superintendent to report to. Which is also wild that he has existed this long in that role. With the things that he does. Like taking bribes from other people. But, oh, you like the ghosts? Yeah, the ghosts are really fun too. I like how they're described, and I like that they're so chill. I just wish they would have given them names. Instead of like another one, and this one, and that one, you know? Just name them. Just give them names. Yeah, I have no idea how he hasn't been fired either. Absolutely no idea. At this point, he really should be. But, so it goes. Oh, yeah, the flamethrower. Yeah, the flamethrower was so funny. Because I forget who said it in chat when it was happening. But, they were talking about like, oh, they thought it was going to be a flamethrower. And I had the same thought. And I was like, yeah, that would have been really cool. But I guess the way it works out in the twist tune is that he's just kind of there, right? But then we got flamethrower. We actually got it. And that was so funny. Oh, Ed, and Eddie for the ghosts. Could be. Spaceballs, the flame. Yeah. Oh no, you're okay. It happens sometimes. Technology's been really weird lately. Oh man. But yeah, so delightful. Also very interesting the way that they kind of caught Grim at orientation. Seemed a lot less chaotic than it did in the game. Because Azul and Riddle basically just kind of made ice, and then Grim just happened to go into the ice trap that they laid. And then that was it. Also, I love that every time Crowley decides to, like, bind Grim, it's called tough love, but tough love is in quotations in the book. It's very funny. It's in like quotation marks. Oh man. Yeah, it was much calmer for some reason, but true. Yes, it did. It did make them seem much more competent, and you didn't have like the back and forth of like, well, I'm not doing it. Well, I'm not doing it. It was just no nonsense. We're demonstrating our power, and it seemed to fit more. Because then it kind of like showed off, and it fit that like prideful aspect of things a little bit better, I think. Anyways. But I don't know. Also, the fact that Crowley at orientation was like, "Sup, everybody? I've got the biggest, baddest mage in the world here." Which is wild to me, because we know that, like, at least now, because of Playful Land, we know that Beastmen can, like, or, like, mages can sense magic, at the very least, right? Because isn't Leona able to, like, smell it on Ernesto or something? And you would think that the Fae would be able to pick up on that. And you would think that the head mage of a prestigious institution would be able to pick up on the fact that we don't have any magic. And maybe because Grim was there, it would be like maybe he was picking up on Grim's magic and just assuming it was ours. or Yuya's, but like, you don't need to make that big of a deal out of it. Yeah. Yeah, we just concealed it so well. This is true. And it's true. Yeah, I mean, the time between, I believe, this novel's conception and Playful Land is a lot. Like, I'm pretty sure, because, like, what? They have, they're up to what now in JP? They have the Octagonal novel, I believe, out, right? And I feel like novelizations take a lot longer to get all done. So the fact that we're already at, you know, books 3 of 7, I feel like the Heartslabyul one was probably made rather early on. And that may not have been completely fleshed out at that point in time. Also, the events are kind of like alternate universes anyway, so who knows if that's technically canon? Who knows, you know? I don't know. It could be. It could not be. Who's to say? I don't know. I have no idea. But yeah, the story itself got developed a really long time ago. This is also very true. Like the original story. And a lot of the Heartslabyul book is dedicated to setup as well, which I think is a little bit different than, you know, how the other books kind of eventually became. So there's that as well. But yeah, very interesting stuff. Very interesting. What you gonna do, right? What you gonna do? But it is still kind of neat. I don't know. I enjoyed it. I'm having a good time with it. I think it's pretty fun. I'm glad that y'all were having a good time as well. Hanging out. See if I can finally get my 3-star Katsudon. But yeah. Oh man. Man, oh man, oh man. I have a feeling it's gonna probably take us a little while to get through this novel. I was planning on getting, like, trying to get halfway through. We're about halfway through the halfway through. We're a little bit more than halfway through. We're a little bit more than, like, a third. We're kind of a third. maybe that. So we'll get there. Oh good, now I never have to make Katsudon again. Yay! It's too bad all the other things I need to get done don't have all the ingredients. I don't think I have that many shrimp left. I don't, but that's okay. But yeah, the Culinary Crucible is always a time. I feel like this one in particular was way easier than some of the past ones. Like, it's not been easier from a recipe perspective, but it has been easier from a token perspective, and I think that's because they lowered the token amount for the key for the extra character. I think it was like, what, 1,200 and something, but now it's only 1,080 coins? Maybe? Maybe? I'm remembering correctly? I don't know. I was looking at some old footage the other day from the previous ones, and I think it dropped a little. And I think that, you know, has impacted my vision of it quite a bit. How many shrimp do I have? Oh, I have two. I can try. Or not. I can hit the wrong button. That's fine. So the goal depends on, like, your personal goals, right? So if you're just trying to get tokens, 100%ing the recipes does not matter. The only time that it matters is with, like, the core recipes. So, here I can explain a little bit. So the only real reason to get the 3-star. All right. So anyway, if you're an achievement type person that wants to get 100% on all of the dishes, that is a totally fine goal. However, that is not the most efficient way to get tokens to get rewards from this event. You have a couple of dishes here, right? Like this 100% right, like soup. And if I were to make a low tier soup at 100%, I'm going to get more tokens than I would have if I had a lower skill level using these same ingredients. So like when you first start off making this soup and you're at like 4%, you're only going to get 3 tokens, right? But as we will find out here very shortly, I should be getting more than 3 tokens because my skill cap is higher. Because there's all sorts of fun math hanging out in the background that does things. So in that way, it matters. But for the other recipes that are not the core recipes that you're not going to constantly be cooking to farm tokens, 100%ing doesn't matter. In those cases, getting the 3 stars matters because when you go and look back on your culinary crucibles, the 3-star dishes have a different title. And that is literally the only reason to get them. I'm trying to remember where it is. It might be in the other... It might be in the album instead. Yeah, okay. Not the faculty, the culinary crucible, thank you. So if we look at my spice of life, which I did not know how to do, and you open up this page, and I pick the wrong recipe. Here we go. You see how under curry, it has question mark, question mark, question mark? That's because I didn't unlock the 3-star version of this dish. However, if we go back to the jerk chicken, you can see that there's no question marks anymore. It just says juicy jerk chicken because I got a 3-star recipe because I crafted 3 stars. So that is my goal in getting them. I mean, obviously, the higher the quality of the dish, the more tokens you will earn from it. Getting 3-star recipes also when you're grinding for 100 is important, right? Because you get an extra experience boost. So if you're only making 1-star recipes, you have 4% increase. If you have 2 stars, it's 8%. And if you get 3 stars, it's 12%. But once you've got 3 stars once and your skill is either at 100 or it's a dish that you're not grinding for, then it doesn't matter. Then you can just forget about that recipe and go on with your life and just get the tokens from the stuff that you need. Because a lot of those non-core recipes cost either a lot of ingredients or a lot of time. Like paella requires like 4 different things because you need the rice, you need the botanical garden, and then you need the mystery shop. And you need to have high quantities of all 5 of those ingredients to get it places. So cooking it consistently is way harder than the rice pudding, masala dosa, cheese tteokbokki, and then tteokbokki, and then the rice noodle soup. Like these 4 recipes right here are your token getters, or at least they have been for me, because their recipes excursions kind of cross over quite a bit. And then once you 100% them. Even if you use those low-tier ingredients, which I can't do for this one anymore, but you still get a decent amount of tokens, which you wouldn't be getting if you were making it at like 4%. Does that help? I feel like does that help anyone? I feel like that was maybe a little bit more convoluted than normal. But oh yeah, that's the other thing too. So if you get the 3-star dishes, you also get the extra tokens from the missions, which can be helpful. But you don't need to hit 100% to get the 3 stars. So if you can get it before then you can, clear all this easier as well. So, okay, I'm glad. But yeah, I didn't notice that the 3-star dishes had that either until I looked back in my archive and I looked at like my very first Culinary Crucible ever. And I hadn't got a 3-star at all, I think. Or like I had 1 3-star and like everyone else had question marks. And now I'm a little upset from like a completionist perspective that I don't have those. But outside of that, just have fun. Just have all sorts of fun. I'll probably be going to bed soon. I will do my nighttime excursion. But yeah, that's that. And then the quality of the ingredients can help you. So like, even though I'm at 36%, if I use all high quality ingredients, I will likely get a 2-star dish out of this, even though my skill isn't that high. We'll find out very shortly. But Yeah, there we go. 2 stars. Perfect. The color of the cauldron will also change depending on the star level of the dish. But... Oh, yeah, it would be fun if they did a rerun where they would let you do the past recipes. I have a feeling they might rerun them in, like, event order, right? Like, we might get... Because I think at this point, all of the main cast have chef cards, right? I think Ortho and Azul were the last ones. So they might bring, like, the steak one back. But... Yeah. Even the silver. Yeah, if you use silver or gold, it depends, I think, on the amount. The paella in particular has so many, but I know if I was using all gold for katsudon at like 40 some, like 50 some odd %, and it wasn't until I got to like 80% that it let me get the 3-star. But Ace and Deuce do have culinary cards, I believe. I don't know if I have them, but I do believe that they have them. I might have some. Here's Deuce. I have Deuces. I don't have Aces, but I'm willing to bet you that Ace has a card. I feel like he does. I just don't remember which of the events he would have had that card for. What are they called? Apprentice Chef? Chef cards. Yeah, he's got one. Ah, his was during the peppers. That's right. His was during the Pepper Pandemonium, and I have Edia's card from that. I don't know why I didn't get Ace's card, but, you know, things happen. Things do happen. Every once in a while. They do happen. But yeah, Culinary Crucible is a really fun time. It's very exciting. You can do all sorts of fun, fancy stuff. Get all sorts of tokens, get all sorts of rewards, cook all sorts of fancy dishes. Nothing ever happens? Oh no. Oh my. What a good time. I love when the little rainbows come over the dishes. It's so fun. Yeah. That's kind of that. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Oh, you have the Ace one? Oh, exciting! Congrats. Yeah, I guess I didn't go like wish on the gacha for that one. Wow, it wasn't up to Leona's standards. What can I say? It is very funny, seeing who judges what, how strictly or not strictly. It can be really funny. Because they all have, like, a strictness, and sometimes it will change between events. Like, Leona might be super strict in this event, but he might not be as strict in another event. But they do generally tend to be consistent. Like, Lilia almost always is not strict. But same thing with Silver, for obvious reasons. But... oh, congrats on getting all of them as chefs. I... started after the first one, the steak one, so I have Silver's card from that event because I got it during Silver's like special gacha. But I don't have Riddles, and I don't have quite a few other people now that I'm thinking about it. Like, I don't have Ace, I don't have Riddle. I think I have Trey's. I don't have Lilia's, I don't think. I don't know. But yeah, Lilia's very generous. Like right now, look at him. Look, he gave us a 3, Grim gave us a 2, and Vil didn't even touch his food. But You know, how it goes. How it goes sometimes. What you gonna do? But yeah, I feel like this was the least stressful culinary crucible that I have ever experienced. And I feel like part of it is because I know what I'm doing now. And part of it I feel like it just is easier somehow. But, oh, this is your first one. Well, congratulations on the indoctrination of the crucible. Very happy to have you here. Are you liking it so far? Has it been fun? Yeah, that's how I was too for a really long time. I would just get the freebie one, especially if it wasn't like 2 people that I really liked. Like I think the problem with I think Lily and Jade were together on the same crucible. Maybe. I don't fully remember, but I absolutely got Jade's card, and then I don't think I had enough gems or anything left to pick up Lilia's. But oh, I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, Jamil's like, I don't want this. I don't want this at all. Oh, Sebek rated it higher than silver. That's exciting. Oh, they were? Okay, cool. Then I'm not misremembering. Fantastic. It's lovely to know that you're not going insane. Oh, I have no more eggs. Oh, no. Oh, no, I can't cook anything anymore. How's that? Oh, well. Free to play starving. Yeah, true. Although there is a fun little trick that I talked about in the main guide where, like, I could, right now, just go and buy a shrimp from the shop. And technically, I will make more tokens back. And there will be profit. Where's the ingredient shop? Ingredients, there we go. It costs 20 coins to purchase the shrimp. That's not the button to purchase the shrimp. Wait. Sam, come back. And then I will probably get like 25 or something. And so I will have made 5 coins. It's very, very fun. Very exciting margins of profit in this game mode. I mean, Lily is pretty cool. I like his card in that event a lot. But I also have just liked Octavanel since forever. So I kind of had to stick with my roots. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you can't, like, if you need a couple of tokens, right? Like, if you're only a few off, then just do the stocks thing. Like, if you need, like, 1 ingredient. If you need more than 1 ingredient for the recipe, it may not work out. But look, I just made 7 tokens. Which I can reinvest to make 7 more tokens. And then I will have a 14 token profit. It's so equitable. It's so fun, guys. It's so exciting. Yeah, so that's how that goes. That is also a strat that you can use. But yeah, it kind of depends on what you actually just want to get. But because I think I have everything that I want except for like the star shards at this point. I don't really care too much about the furniture. I know you can make the furniture is really good for some characters for like a friendship room. But I just don't really care enough for that right now to do. When I can get other things like star shards, which are more useful to me in the short and long term. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. But yeah. That's kind of life, I guess. You want to get the furniture to make the first floor? Oh, like a basement kitchen? Oh, that's fun. But yeah, it is expensive. It's very expensive. Yeah, I guess I like the new, like, headers That's not what they're called. But the frames? What are they? That's not the button. But the thingamabobs. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. The little ghosts that hang out on the tops of things. Whatever they're called. They're in the foreground thingies. These. Look at him hanging out up there. He's just chilling. There's a little ghost. He's just a ghost. The foregrounds. Yeah, those. That's the word I was looking for. You know, some ghosts hanging out. They're really cool. I don't think they were there before. But it's just, you know, they're hanging out. With tomatoes and potatoes and stuff. It's such a good time. They just, you know, they just vibe. Look at him. He's so happy. He's so happy to have those tomatoes. Oh, you know. Raised the insomnia score. True, fair. Yeah, my Floyd guest room's a mess. It's just a bunch of Zooms and then like playful land upstairs. Yeah, it would be nice if they were 360, but that is, I suppose, a lot of extra work for them to do. That, they suppose would be very expensive as well. Hi, Brooke. Thank you for your beautiful expose. But, so, yeah. Yeah. It is kind of annoying. I wish you could, like, flip them 360 too. I think I find that more annoying that you can't. You can only have it face this direction or slightly tilted to the other direction. And you can't, like, flip the furniture around or nothing. Oh, I think I read your comment as, like, 3D instead of 360. But I think I agree. It would be very nice if we could see every side of everything. Would be very cool. Would be very cool. But alas, we don't have that functionality. Oh, well. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Oh my. Well, it is getting a little bit late here. As much as I love chatting with y'all, I think I am gonna call it a night. This has been so lovely. I'm glad y'all had a good time with the novel. We'll definitely have to pick it back up at some point. Maybe next week, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'll be able to get the subtitles working properly. Who's to say? But we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I have no idea how much time I'm gonna have this week. But until we meet again, I hope that y'all have a good sleep if you're going to sleep. I hope that y'all have good days if you are going to have a day. And until we meet again, just have a wonderful, lovely time. Enjoy your weekends. Enjoy whatever your plans are. And I will see you again sometime soon. Night's blessings. Bye-bye.